is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Southwest.
From our nation's capital, the Rangers captain returns to the lineup for a Saturday matinee against the Nationals. And welcome to Rangers Baseball presented by AT&T. Lots of sunshine and a noon matinee here at Nationals Park. Game 2 of our 3-game series, the Rangers and the Nationals. Welcome in, everybody. Great to be with you once again this afternoon. I'm Dave Raymond with CJ Nikowski. Well rested, ready to go. Rangers won yesterday 6-1. But the good news today, Adrian Beltre back in the order, and that's such a huge deal for this team.
It is, and it's kind of a big exhale and a sigh of relief here for Rangers and their fans, and that's because we weren't sure if Adrian Beltre was going to have to go back on the DL. He didn't play yesterday. There were some questions about that. Well, now we know that's not the case. He'll be in there in the lineup against the Nats.
Okay, and they can use him against this Nationals team, a team that in the National League has dominated in every conceivable way, the record best in the league. But you look at the offensive numbers, pretty much every category they're on top. Pitching hasn't been bad either. Very nice win last night.
It was. You think about what the Texas Rangers have done against their National League opponents, and they continue to get it done, even though they're facing a much tougher Washington Nationals team. Andrew Cashner was great last night. He really led the way, and then it was the offense coming up big in big situations. It got a little bit scary there in the 9th inning, but when it was all said and done, Matt Bush led the charge and finished things off for the Rangers last night.
So a great win to start this road trip. They go for 2 in a row this afternoon. Robinson Chirinos in the lineup behind the plate. He'll be in the spotlight when we come back. Is brought to you by AT&T Internet. Visit AT&T.com/keepcalm to learn more. And by Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency.
Park, where Robinson Chirinos will catch for Martin Perez today. And despite the fact that he's not a regular in the lineup, he has been so good at the plate this season. He already has 6 home runs, even though he's not a regular in the lineup, and he's getting close to Joey Gallo's numbers if he was out there every single day. And that's why he's in our Shiner Light Blonde Spotlight today. He's had 6 home runs in his last start against the Mets. He had another one, and Jeff Bannister told me what's great about him is you put him back in the lineup, and it's like he plays every day. Joey Gallo amazed at the fact that he's able to have that many hits, even though he does not play as often as Gallo does. And he's just a guy that's never out of rhythm. In fact, Bannister also said despite what he does on the field, he is also a strong leader in the clubhouse.
Well, yeah, and it is really remarkable the way he has maintained what seems to be a rhythm, CJ. It's not easy to do when you don't play every day, but it does appear when he's in there as if he never skipped a beat.
Yeah, Robinson Chirinos, you know, as far as catchers go, you're always going to have some of that leadership role. I think it's really important because anytime you're behind the plate, whether you're a rookie or whether you're a 10-year veteran, you do have to take on that role. So Robinson, even though he has not got the consistent playing time as the backup catcher, has done an excellent job both sides of the ball. And these guys know that they can count on him as a guy that will lead the charge for the pitching staff. And then what Leslie was saying about Joey Gallo, and even, you know, a guy who's been moving around a little bit. See Robinson having a good time here, pumped up for the game right now today. But even Joey Gallo, I mean, listen, it's the guy that's starting to get comfortable now, I think, and come into his own. And it's almost impossible to not have presence when you're the size of Joey Gallo, right? We talk about it a lot. He is a really big guy, and so I think you see a little bit of that as well, and as he grows a little bit more comfortable in his role.
Let's take a look at our Southwest starting lineup this afternoon. The Rangers 28 wins, 32 losses, and DeShields back up at the top of the order. How about Elvis Andrus now, that 13-game hitting streak, longest active right now in baseball. And the big news today, Adrian Beltre back in the lineup after 2 games off.
And those Rangers will be facing Gio Gonzalez, and we'll take a look at the pitch arsenal here. Lots of fastballs, as you see there. Nearly 60%, or actually exactly 60%. Checked out the math, but doesn't throw necessarily very hard. It'll be 90, 91. You'll see some 92s here and there. He's got a very good curveball. Always has had a very good curveball. That'll be the go-to, especially against the lefties.
Well, he gets us started this afternoon. Strike 1 to Delino DeShields, 295 average. It's the 356 on base, though, for Delino that has been so delightful lately. And he takes a strike, the count 0-2. Gave us a quick glimpse at a potential bunt effort right there. And lately that has been a big part of his arsenal, bunting his way on. And making good use of his speed. Delino now is hit in 4 straight games. That's twice now that Gio Gonzalez has come in a little tight on him, 2-2.
That's interesting too when you think about, you know, big power hitters. Yes, as a right-handed or left-handed pitcher, got to make sure those righties aren't leaning out over the plate. But kind of surprising to see Gio Gonzalez want to stand up Delino so early in this game.
Got him on a curveball, and there's the first strikeout of the afternoon.
Let's take a look at the Nationals defense, which will be behind Gio Gonzalez today. You see Ryan Rayburn getting a start in left field, Michael Taylor, Bryce Harper to round out the outfield, Anthony Rendon, Trey Turner, Daniel Murphy, Adam Lind getting a start at first base, and a guy that probably thought he was going to be getting a little bit more playing time, if not for the year that Ryan Zimmerman has had, and he has been really unbelievable. And of course, you got Jose Lobaton behind the plate. I think not surprising to see kind of both backup catchers getting starts today, especially with the early start and then another day game tomorrow.
So Lobaton forming the battery today with Gio Gonzalez. As Chu takes a ball and a strike. Chu batting second today. The on base average nearly at 370 for him. Reached 3 more times last night. A little bit in, 2-1. That's a thing lately for him. Just finding ways to get on, drawing a lot more walks, I would say, than he did in the first few weeks of the season. Big curve. Boy, that seems to be working for Gonzalez today. It's 2-2.
Yeah, really good spin on the breaking ball. Gio has always had that very good curveball. And like I said, that's the effective pitch for him. He's been so good against lefties, just a 228 batting average against this year. And part of that is that really good curveball.
Full count now on Chu. Continues to see a lot of pitches per at bat. We said he reached 3 times yesterday, a couple of walks and a base hit. He also reached on an error. Average been climbing slowly but surely up near 250 now, and he swings and misses. Strike 3. So back-to-back strikeouts for Gio Gonzalez.
Now check this out with Gio Gonzalez. I thought this was pretty interesting, and this is going to be our power stats, which are brought to you by Kubota. But against left-handed batters since 2014, Gio Gonzalez has only allowed 3 home runs. He has not allowed a home run to a lefty not named Joey Votto since 2014. I mean, it has been over 3 years since that has happened. I mean, he has dominated 0 home runs to lefties this year, 1 in each of the last 2 years to Joey Votto. The power game against Gio Gonzalez with that really good curveball and against left-handed hitters has been pretty impressive.
Well, the Rangers with just 3 left-handers in the lineup today as a result.
And check this out too, right? Those first 2 strikeouts, curveball that was down out of the zone to Delano DeShields, fastball to Chu, slightly out of the zone. We have a number for everything to keep track of everything right now. Gio Gonzalez only throws 42% of his pitches actually in the strike zone. Now he throws more strikes than that. His strike percentage is nearly 60%. Why? Because batters are chasing pitches out of the zone. So I mean, think about that. Basically 6 out of every 10 pitches are a ball, even though his walk rate it's high, but it probably should be even higher if that is what we call a zone rate. His zone rate is very low, so he does not throw a lot of strikes. He relies on hitters chasing the ball out of the zone. If you can show some patience against Gio Gonzalez, you'll have a chance to beat him.
He's gone 3-1 to Elvis Andrus, and this one is lined into right center field. A base hit for Andrus, and that hit streak is now increased to 14 straight.
Why not go ahead and get it out of the way right away for Elvis Andrus in his first at bat. He did a great job of laying off some pitches outside and away from him, and he gets himself into a 3-1 count, and Gio Gonzalez has got to go right at Elvis, and he does with a fastball down the middle, and Elvis lines it very nicely into right center field.
Sole base runner in the first inning for the Rangers, and here's Adrian Beltre. Beltre had been enjoying a lot of success prior to straining or jamming his left ankle the other day at home. Had to miss the final game of that homestand. And then we had the off day Thursday, missed yesterday's game. Beltre on Tuesday came out of the ball game early. He heard the injury in the first inning, but stayed in until the 6th. But already back. And today in the lineup. It's 1-1. Beltre, this will be his 8th game. He's hit in all 7 so far. 10 hits and 26 at bats. And for some extra base power in there as well. 3 doubles and a home run. Missed the first 51 games of the year with that right calf strain. Runner going, pitch is low, the throw down to second in time, and Andrews says no. Take a look at the video on this one. And we'll see.
We'll watch the left hand and see if it gets in there prior to the tag, and I think the answer to that is going to be yes. The tag was down, but Daniel Murphy wasn't actually touching anything. At least that's what it looked like at first glance, and it looked like he got himself some dirt, but the Rangers decide not to challenge that head first slide by Elvis.
Interesting. Interesting. So they will just accept the medicine and come up empty in their half of the first. inning. And now here come the Nationals as we take a look at their starting lineup this afternoon. Trey Turner, no shock at the top of that order. Bryce Harper moves up in the order to second. Anthony Rendon, the cleanup man. No Zimmerman. Ryan Zimmerman not in the lineup today. Adam Lind instead at first base.
And they'll go up against Martin Perez, and there is that pitch arsenal for Martin, and that fastball ties him. That 94-mile-an-hour average fastball ties him for second highest among left-handed starters in the game. The changeup always key for Martin, especially against the right-handed hitters in this national lineup. You'll see the curveball and the slider as well to round out his secondary offerings.
Martin puts one right on the corner to Trey Turner. Turner yesterday fairly quiet. He did walk in the 5th inning, but was 0 for 3. And he falls behind the count here. No balls and 2 strikes. You do want to keep his speed off the bases. He can be quite the pest out there. Second in the National League with 21 steals, and he's a big distraction once he gets on. One-two from Perez. He misses low. So Martin got the first 2 pitches in there for a strike, and I was the comment maybe taking a little page out of Andrew Kashner's scouting report or strategy last night. Kashner was ahead of everybody, it seemed. And great success. Little roller this time, second base. Odor's there. You do have to hurry it, and they get Turner by a step, 1 away.
Let's take a look at the Rangers defense, which is delivered to you by Texas Farm Bureau Insurance. Nomar Mazara back in left, Delano DeShields and Chu in right. Adrian Beltre, good news to see him out at third base along with Elvis Andrews on the left side of the infield. Ruben Odor at second. Ryan Arua will get the start at first base today. We mentioned it earlier. Robinson Chirinos behind the plate with Martin Perez. Take a look there at Adrian Beltre, and that is some good news. I was concerned. I think a lot of Rangers fans were concerned when we saw Adrian come out of that game. You hear about the boot afterwards. That's always kind of a scary deal. He's out there now, and hopefully those injuries are behind him.
Chatted with him a little bit this afternoon, I guess this morning, as the case may be. This game didn't start till noon here. And got a look at the ankle. It looked remarkably good, all things considered. And he said, you know, when asked about the risk of playing on it at maybe not full strength and the potential that maybe that would cause him to injure something else, man, there's a risk every time you step on the field, no matter what your condition is with any part of your body. So no, I don't feel any added risk going out there. Might not be at full strength. He's like, but when have I been at full strength?
Sure. That's good to know that he stepped into your office and you got an examination in to check that ankle. And I think everybody feels much better knowing that a visit from Dr. Raymond gave Adrian Beltre the go-ahead. Able
to suggest a couple of treatment options for him as well. 2-2 on Harper. I actually stepped into his office.
Oh, yes, it is always his office.
Perez at 2-2, and he gets Harper to strike out swinging. 2 quick outs here at the bottom of the first.
It was a nice job by Martin Perez reading the at-bat from Bryce Harper, who chased the pitch out of the zone earlier in the at-bat. And Harper seems to be a little bit aggressive right now. We know he's an aggressive hitter, but how about a lefty-on-lefty changeup? We saw one yesterday from Alex Claudio. Now, this is a little bit different for Martin Perez when you come over the top, but still a very difficult pitch, and we're seeing more and more of those. Left-handed hitters not necessarily expecting those either, but that's a good job by Martin, kind of learning from earlier in the at-bat and watching a lefty reliever against Bryce Harper last night.
So now Daniel Murphy. Murphy batting third today. He's 4th in the National League with a .339 average. Also has 16 doubles this year. Takes a strike. It's 1-1.
Daniel Murphy didn't like that call, but I'll tell you what, Martin Perez would love to get that one the rest of today. Fastball away, lefty on lefty, maybe a little bit low. Robinson does a nice job of receiving and framing that thing up. But if you're going to get that call, I keep going there if I'm Martin.
And it went right at that same spot. This time doesn't get the call. 2-1.
It's important. That's all part of pitching. It's not just about, what is your arsenal, how hard can you throw. You can't be successful at this level without actually pitching. That means also understanding the umpire's strike zone and what he is willing to call and your ability to go back and hit that spot.
2-2 on Daniel Murphy. Martin Perez making his 13th start of the year. 2 wins, 6 losses. ERA at 4.64. And really the biggest difference this year on Martin Perez than in recent years has been the ground balls. Just fewer of them than we're accustomed to seeing. It's 2-2 to Murphy. And a swing and a miss, strike 3. And it's a 1-2-3 bottom of the first for Martin Perez.
Oh, great inning here for Martin with a couple of strikeouts. First it's Bryce Harper, and then it is a fastball 95 miles an hour right past Daniel Murphy.
Second inning for the Rangers. No score early on. Adrian continuing his march toward 3,000 hits, and he's just 3 back of wee Willie Keeler for 33rd all time. Might catch him as early as this afternoon. He takes strike 1. Beltre at 385. Ten hits and 26 at bats, and it's no rehab, right? No 8 games against minor leaguers or anything. He just kept working that calf back, rolled out of bed.
Extended spring training, right? A little bit. Or whatever.
Oh, that's right. He did have a couple of games.
But you're right. It's not the same. And even a minor league rehab is not quite the same. And it's been really impressive. And maybe we shouldn't be surprised if we're talking about one of the greats of the game has ever seen. But not just the fact that he has the hits. It's been the quality of the at-bats that has really stuck out to me.
A good curveball. It's 2-2 to Beltre.
Taking some good pitches, fouling off some tough pitches, delivering base hits in big spots. I mean, it has been some pretty unbelievable consistency and important at-bats for this Rangers lineup from Beltre.
Reaches out and rolls this one slowly to second base. Murphy able to throw him out easily. 1 away in the second. Now Nomar Mazara. He is our TXU Energy power player to watch.
How about this now? Reached base safely. 29 straight starts. We have to say starts because there was a pinch hit appearance in there, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, where he did not get on base, and that's fine. Jeff Bannister's not worried about streaks. He's trying to win baseball games. But it's impressive. And the record, of course, is 84 by Ted Williams. There's some work to do there from Nomar.
Closing in on it.
But listen, both Nomar and Elvis right now, right? Yeah. Chasing Ted Williams and Joe DiMaggio. 13, right? 13-game hitting streak now for Elvis. And
no, 14.
Oh, excuse me, 14 now.
Already extended it. Mazara seems to be settling in, though, to a bit of a groove right now. Kind of heating up. Had 2 more hits last night. He's hit in 4 straight. Yesterday was 2 for 4. And they've been some hard hit balls lately. One from Gio Gonzalez. And he finds the corner.
Lefty on lefty. That's a pitch I believe is going to be called today. We've seen some of it right on the corner, or maybe just off, even down now that we have seen. This is Karen Danley, the home plate umpire today here in this game.
I'm starting to think guys could maybe expect to see that curveball when they go up there. Well, he can't sit on those, but my goodness, he's been spinning a lot so far. The first 4, now 5 hitters of the game. There's a little tapper along the first baseline, but it's foul.
And it's a good breaking ball too. I mean, that's the thing. Like you said, the spin rate is really good on it. Tough to pick up. Nomar saw one in a 1-0 count. It was a ball. And we can sit there and say all day long, hey, don't swing at that pitch. That's pretty easy to say when you're 3,500 feet away like we are right now in this booth today. but generally, or you're watching the game on TV, but you're in a fastball count. And that's the value of tight spin. We talk about it all the time. We mentioned it in Yu Darvish's last start. Great spin rate on the slider, because the tighter it spins, the tighter the break, but also the much more difficult it is to pick up for the hitter.
2-2. And he strikes out Mazara, his 3rd strikeout already this afternoon.
That at bat is a perfect example of what Gio Gonzalez does so well. How many of these pitches were actually in the strike zone? 1, maybe 2. That pitch was up out of the zone. It's going to happen. Guys are going to chase it. The breaking ball that he swung at earlier was below the zone. But when you throw that curveball, you have the luxury of throwing the high fastball and really getting hitters caught in between. You have such a small amount of time to make that decision. Is that a fastball? Is that a curveball? I think Nomar looked like he got stuck in between there a little bit.
Mount Chirinos. And Robinson getting the start today at catcher, batting 6th. You heard Leslie talking about it earlier. This guy, it's just been remarkable what he's been able to do given the sporadic playing time. 6 home runs and 17 RBIs. But he's done it 171 at bats. One and one the count to Chirinos. Talk about home run rate, RBI rate, and he is about as good as you get. Doesn't qualify for any of the league leaders. Count 1 and 2. And Jeff Bannister made the point earlier today too. It's not just this year. Go back to last year. Look at what he did last year when he was in and out of the lineup again last year. Some of it injury related, but it was the same thing. When he got in, man, did he produce offensively. This is just his 22nd start at catcher this year. A little bouncer to shortstop. Trey Turner's throw in plenty of time, and it's a 1-2-3 top of the 2nd inning for Gio Gonzalez. We played 1.5. Go to the bottom of the second inning. And our next Ozarka online ticket offer Thursday, June 22nd. Rangers hosting the Toronto Blue Jays at a 1 o'clock game. Tickets for all Thursday home games are half price in upper reserved, upper box, and Lexus Club Terrace. Just go to TexasRangers.com/specials and use the coupon code Ozarka to redeem this offer. All right, so the 4, 5, and 6 hitters do this inning for the Nationals. Anthony Rendon batting cleanup today. Then Adam Lind and Michael Taylor. Perez right after Rendon with strike one. Good early season numbers for the Nationals third baseman. Former first round pick, 6th overall in fact in 2011. Playing already in his 5th big league season.
Not only crushing it and having a really nice season, but he is killing left-handed pitching so far this year. That has been a strong point here for Anthony Rendon. You start digging in on those numbers and they really pop off the page. 433 batting average against. He's slugging .900 against lefties. You see the numbers right there. So you know a guy like Anthony Rendon gets a little extra excited when he finds out there's a left-handed starter that day, and today that's Martin Perez. So Martin's got some work to do here against Anthony Rendon.
2-2 pitch, and he golfs this one out to center field. Shields, with a lot of room out there, and that is out number 1. It's all relief to send Rendon back into the dugout, and now here is the left-handed hitting Adam Lind.
And check this out, fans. On August 12th, the Rangers and Fox Sports will celebrate the career of Pudge and see the number 7 retired. Special 7-game ticket packages are available, including this memorable night in Arlington. Go to TexasRangers.com/Pudge and get your tickets to witness history. I mentioned this earlier with Adam Lind. Seemed like a guy when he came over here this year that there would be some opportunities at first base, and probably the thought there was that maybe with Ryan Zimmerman struggling the last couple of years that he platoon a little bit more, right? Obviously no DH here in the National League, and this is a guy who's coming off back-to-back 20 home run seasons, so he wasn't looking to be a part-time player, but Ryan Zimmerman has gotten off to such a great start that the at-bats really haven't been there for Adam Lind, and he's done well. He's another guy on this team that has hit well, even though it's been in limited exposure. He's hitting .329 over his 70 at bats, and he's got himself 4 home runs. But check this out, he is number 4. I know you love this in Major League Baseball in exit velocity. He's hitting the ball hard this year. What's overall? That's Aaron Judge. That's Joey Gallo. He is 4th best in baseball. Now he's not playing as much. It's only those 70 at bats, but he's averaging 94.1 miles an hour on all balls that he puts in play. So he's doing his part. He's just not getting the consistent at bats because of the great year that Ryan Zimmerman is having.
Well, that exit velocity has certainly helped. It's translated to a .329 batting average as this one sent up into the seats. Count 2-2. It's interesting, a very late lineup today for both teams. Now the game started at 12:05 local time here. So to say it was late to get any lineup is almost a stretch, because it's very early to be doing anything, especially after a night game last night. 2-2 bounces up to the plate, but it's just interesting because both teams got their lineups in a little better than an hour before game time today. And Lind in the lineup, a left-handed hitter against the lefty Martin Perez. Ryan Zimmerman, who's having such a great year, is a right-handed hitter, not in there.
Yeah, Lind hasn't faced lefties hardly at all this year. Just 5 plate appearances. So it's a little bit odd to see him in there today.
That's right, swing, but he stays alive.
Think about that. You get limited playing time, and you get a start, but it's going to be against a hard-throwing left-handed starter, Martin Perez. Not necessarily ideal when you're a part-time guy.
So Zimmerman, I mean, and maybe you take Lind out of the equation. I mean, he's in there because Zimmerman is not. Zimmerman given the day off, and you could say, okay, well, it's a day game after a night game. Of course, he had Thursday off too after the long travel day. Zimmerman has been killing left-handed pitching though. Hard bouncer, second base, and Odor gathers it up, takes care of Lind, and there are 2 away. Zimmerman have been slashing .378 average, .408 on base, and or rather slugging, and an .822 OPS. So it's interesting that he wasn't in there today and Lind is.
Yeah, I just wonder if Dusty Baker's trying to figure out the best way to navigate this difficult schedule these couple of days here for the Washington Nationals, and maybe you get away from the traditional, you know, give this guy a day off at this time. You got a couple of older players like Ryan Zimmerman, and so even though you don't get exactly the matchup that you want on the mound, when you think about the lefty on lefty for Martin Perez and Adam Lind, first priorities are making sure, of course, that you're keeping your team healthy. Sometimes that means maybe giving a guy a day off and putting somebody else in there when it doesn't necessarily make the most sense on paper.
Ball on a strike now to Michael Taylor. Taylor batting 6th today. Saw him yesterday batting in the 8th spot of the order, went 0 for 4. It's 2-1. Seen a lot of swing and miss early in this game. 3 strikeouts in the first 2 innings for Gio Gonzalez. Martin Perez got a couple of strikeouts in the first. And it's now 2-2 on Taylor. Trying to put together a couple of perfect innings to start his afternoon, and he gets a ground ball this time to the left side of the infield, picked up by Andrews, and it's not in time. Taylor waves safe.
This is a pretty close play, but because this ball was hit so softly, Michael Taylor is able to beat it out. As you see now, Adrian Beltre and Elvis Andrews kind of talking about it a little bit there. I think that's probably the right call. You get another look here. Really close, but you're never going to get those turned over when they're that close. But let's take a look at what happened on the left side of the infield. It's kind of a chopper here, and Adrian Beltre ended up letting this ball go to Elvis Andrews, and I don't know if he got called off in that spot. They're still talking about it, whether or not they actually want to challenge it. Maybe not. It's probably Adrian's ball to cut off. He's got the better angle. You got to think about the runner and the speed of that ground ball. You see that right there? You love the little body language. I don't know if you're paying attention, Dave. I know you don't pay attention that much, but Adrian Beltre right there was looking at Rougned Odor, just letting him know, hey, are you going to be close enough in case I decide I want to go to second base on a ground ball? Be ready. I may be more comfortable if the ball's hit to my left. And they want to throw that ball to second, not necessarily to first. We saw it maybe about a week ago. I can't remember what game it was. Another big league game where a second baseman was late getting over there. I think it was actually in the Red Sox game because it was Pablo Sandoval. Ground ball to him. He wanted to go to second to end the inning, but the second baseman Marrero wasn't there. It wasn't Pedroia. It was Marrero. And that's why you communicate beforehand. Those little things matter. Just a little heads up. Hey, I may come to you if the ball leads me that way. Make sure you're there.
Rayburn fouls off strike 1. So man on, 2 away here.
We've heard us talking about and joking around about how high we are here, Nationals Park with the press box. It's the first time in my life I think I've ever looked down at a bird. I literally just looked down as a bird flew by, because that bird's not coming all the way up here. It's too high.
1-1 the count. A little sense for our view right there. You see everything.
It's not a Goodyear blimp view. It's actually what we're looking at right now. Officially 7,400 feet above.
74?
No, I said 7,400. I have no idea. What would you guess? What's the apex?
Yeah.
I'll say 185. No, that's too much. That's like.
Oh really? I was going to go higher than that. But yeah, that's probably ballpark in it.
Oh, now Paul's got something to do the rest of the game, figuring out how high we are.
He's assuring me it isn't 7,400.
Take the under. It's a good move by Martin. Actually got Michael Taylor leaning a little bit, which is always a good sign. He was able to get back, but that's a good indication that he initially did not read what Martin did there. See that? Look.
1 ball, 1 strike. Perez dealing with the first base runner this afternoon. One is up and away. 2-1 to Ryan Rayburn. Now Rayburn with just 10 at bats coming into today. And he was just recently called up. Nationals brought him up to replace Jason Worth when he went on the disabled list. Worth fouled a ball off his left foot a week ago today. He is on the 10-day disabled list. Runner going. The 2-1 pitch is outside. The throw to second is in time. Taylor gunned down, and that ends the inning. And that one not real close.
A good job here by Robinson Chirinos. He was 1 for 10 with stolen bases this year. Now make it 2 for 11. The world's greatest players battle to be crowned America's champion in golf's can't-miss major of the year. It's going to be the 117th U.S. Open, and it begins Thursday on Fox FS1, and it'll be streaming on Fox Sports Go.
I want to go to there.
It's like looking at a sizzling steak, isn't it? Just get in there. No filter.
It looks so beautiful and so awful at the same time. Like that would be a long round for some of us.
That'd be more fun just to be a caddy.
Probably. Well, that third inning, both starters doing a nice job early on here. Gio Gonzalez is dealing with the bottom third of the order. Odor, Rua, and then Martin Perez. Saturday afternoon here in our nation's capital, and an unusual start time of 12:05. I suppose it's worth explaining. It's a little tight. It's 2-0. They tonight is their annual gala, Nationals' big mid-season event,
benefiting the Dream Foundation, which is pretty cool. Big deal that they do here every year, so much so that they can alter their schedule. That's how big of a deal it is.
Well, and they've decided, you know, in recent years they had a little trouble with the scheduling. They wanted to get the game. How about this? They want to get the game done so we can get to the gala. And so that's why we're playing just a little bit early today. 2-2 now to Odor. And then the best part for me is the fact that tomorrow, instead of your sort of standard 105, maybe even a 205 game, we're playing at 4 o'clock local time tomorrow. They're pushing it back a little more on the other end of the gala. It's a hard bouncer right side. Murphy, though, positioned perfectly. One away. Take a look at our progressive upcoming schedule. So we play this one early. We play tomorrow a little bit later. Our coverage will begin at 2:30 local time back home. And then we're off to Houston for 3. Same time every day down in Houston. Back home.
Another off day on Thursday. Rangers are kind of in a spot right now where those off days have gotten grouped together. Right, last week it was Monday and Thursday that was off, and now another Thursday off day. So 3 within a 2-week period. You don't see that very often.
Ryan Rua steps in and takes strike 1.
But you will start seeing a lot more of that next year. 4 more days will be added to the major league schedule. No more games, just 4 more days, which means 4 more off days. A lot of those will be travel days. But an off day is an off day, so you'll see maybe some changes there, some ability to shuffle that rotation around a little bit. Maybe a couple more times where you use the 4-man, or if a guy needs to skip a start, you'll be able to do that. That's certainly a good thing. That's only a bonus, I think, for the protection of players' health.
1-2 to Ryan Rua.
Between that and the 10-day disabled list,
yes.
2 really smart moves by Major League Baseball. We see injuries going up, and you're trying to figure out how can you counteract those. And a couple off days isn't necessarily going to stop a guy from having Tommy John surgery, but certainly more off days I think will be pretty good. Little things, seeing with like Adrian Beltre and what it may be. So good move by baseball there.
Well, if the idea is to keep the stars of the game on the field, then the 10-day disabled list goes a long way toward protecting the stars of the game and making sure that fans do get a chance to see more of them. You make that decision a whole lot easier to put a guy on, maybe retroactively for a couple of days. You get him right back as a result. The 15-day is almost so long that in many cases would necessitate a guy going out on a rehab and missing a couple more games. As called third strike. Rua down looking. That's 4 strikeouts now for Gio Gonzalez. All right, time for us to take a Chevy game break as we send it back to John Radigan. All right, thanks, John. 2 away here. Martin Perez batting for the first time this year, but 1 for 11 in his career. The base is empty. No opportunity to bunt. He's up there to swing away. And he slashes that one foul.
Well, this is important for American League pitchers, and for Martin Perez, you never know. Even though there's interleague, you're never sure if you're going to actually get those starts and get those at bats, and so they are few and far between for American League pitchers. I say it's important because it's bragging rights for the rest of the year among each other. Who had the most hits? Who chased the most curveballs in the dirt?
Martin Perez. Well, he's got one of them. 5 strikeouts today for Gonzalez. All right, time for the showstopper. Irvin Santana shut out the Giants last night. 5 strikeouts, 4 hits, but the complete game shutout. Look at his ranks around Major League Baseball this year. He has been so good.
Yeah, it's kind of unusual too, because not that he's doing well, but that the Minnesota Twins are doing so well, because he'd be a great trade candidate right now. But they're kind of caught in between here a little bit in what they're going to do with Irvin Santana, because I believe there's a lot of teams that would love to get their hands on him right now. It's been kind of vintage Santana, going deep in games, pitching well, and it's just so hard to get your hands on really good starting pitching via trade. And he would be a great candidate, but the Twins are doing things that people were not expecting. They're winning baseball games.
They lead the American League Central by a game and a half coming into play today, despite a losing record at home. They're 6 games under at home. That's hard to get your brain around, but they're 19-8 on the road. This ball hit sharply down to third. And he'll throw across the diamond in plenty of time. Rayburn retired to start the 3rd inning.
This ball was hit pretty firmly, as you see it here, and Ryan Rayburn's got some pop. Adrian Beltre was over there at third base, and you see him here with the backhand, catching it cleanly, as we have seen him do so well for so long. Smiling and happy. And you're not the only one. Everybody watching this game right now that's a Rangers fan, very happy to see Adrian Beltre out there. A little bit of a scare over the last couple days.
Jose Lobaton takes a strike.
And as much as you and I were talking about it, say, well, you could get through this weekend, maybe just use him as a pinch hitter and, maybe take it easy on his legs. But the downside to that was, if it's anything significant, then you lose your ability, heads up, to retroactive him on the DL.
Well, he was in position to make a play on that bat, but just let it go.
And that's probably a smart play, I think, at this point. See Bob Henley down at third base. He's got to be quick as well, the Nationals third base coach. It's a helicopter coming at you. It always amazes me when we see those go into the stands and people come out unscathed. How about that play from, was it spring training, right? I forgot who it was. I think it was a minor leaguer, caught one barehanded. Like, barely flinched. Just kind of stuck his hand up. It might have been one of our games. I can't remember. It was in spring training. Incredible play. Like, it was a Mets game, because TJ Rivera starts running. He's getting out of there as fast as he can. There's another dude, doesn't even flinch, sticks up his hand, catches it. And it was spinning like that. It was a minor league catcher. It was an incredible play. No thanks. I'm TJ Rivera in that scenario.
Yeah. Beat it. 2-2 to Lobaton. 140 average. Switch hitting catcher has to start this afternoon for the Nats. Martin Perez been awfully sharp so far. It's 2-2 pitch, and there's a strikeout of Lobaton. 3rd of the afternoon for Martin Perez.
Both of these lefties are dealing, and they're doing a really nice job of putting themselves in some counts where hitters have to get aggressive, but they try to protect the plate. You see that 2-seam fastball from Martin Perez, a little bit of run at the end, and Lobaton goes fishing as that pitch finishes just out of the zone. We've seen a lot of that from both Martin and Gio Gonzalez so far today.
So 2 quick outs in the 3rd inning, and now Gio Gonzalez. Gonzalez, not a bad bat handler. 174 average in his career. One the count. Gonzalez, his 6th year with the Nationals, began his career in the American League with the Oakland A's. He's made that transition very nicely from the pitching standpoint and handling the bat. Perez working with pretty good tempo today, and his 1-2 pitch there. Strike 3 called, and he has 4 strikeouts through 3 innings. A perfect bottom of the third for him. We go to the fourth inning at our nation's capital on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. Rangers baseball is brought to you by Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. And by North Texas Ford. The Great American Sales Event is happening now at your local Texas Ford dealer. Ford is the best in Texas. Decent crowd here on this Saturday afternoon. Nationals Park. Yesterday we had a sellout last night. 38,332. Today a lot of turnaround and right back out here for a noon start in the district. We go to the top of the order in the fourth inning. Both pitchers have faced the minimum through 3. Both pitchers have allowed 1 base hit, and both teams have been caught stealing with that 1 base run that they've had. About as even as you can get so far. Delano DeShields leads things off here with the fourth inning. Struck out in the first, and he takes ball 1 from Gio Gonzalez.
Gio's looked pretty good today, and has really done a nice job of working the corners. I mentioned it earlier. Curlin Danley is giving that call, so that helps as well as he comes back with a changeup there to Delano DeShields. He's called a good strike zone. Then when I say, expanding a little bit, I think that's in a good way, not being egregious and there's just ridiculous calls being made. Making hitters swing the bat, I think, is an important part to the pace of the game.
This one hit well out into the left field corner, and DeShields with an easy leadoff double in the fourth inning. So he continues to swing it well out of that leadoff spot.
Good job here as Delano gets a pitch up over the plate, even in a little bit. Does a good job of getting his hands in, getting the barrel to the baseball and being quick and pulling the trigger on that fastball from Gio Gonzalez and lacing it down the left field line. Interesting to see that they've tried to pitch Delano in from the left side. We saw it earlier in his first at bat with some pitches that were run up and in, and then another fastball where Gio was trying to go back in.
Ooh, coming in. Chu was looking to bunt. He got that one right by the bill of the cap.
If you weren't awake for this early start, now you are. And you see Shin-Soo Choo here as he squares, and this always looks a little bit worse when you square to bunt, especially lefty on lefty, but of course because he turns and then he's squared up to the pitcher, and so as his face is looking right out at Gio Gonzalez and that ball comes up and in, always has a little bit more of that dramatic effect.
Corners in a little bit. Not showing bunt this time, and he takes strike 1.
I believe Gio Gonzalez is kind of difficult to bunt against. got a pretty good fastball. Doesn't overpower you, but it's a good fastball. But it's also a guy who is wide, effectively wild. Those kind of guys are tough to bunt off of. You can't get too comfortable in the box, especially lefty on lefty.
Shields with a nice lead at second. Not going anywhere though, and this one fouled away. 1-2 on Chu, who struck out in the first inning. 5 strikeouts, first time through the order for Gio Gonzalez. Gonzalez had 65 strikeouts in a little better than 74 innings coming into play today. Not a huge strikeout guy, never really has been in his career. Wasn't working for him today though. The 1-2 pitch ends up and away.
I see Gio as he tries to elevate that fastball. A really great follow would be the curveball. We saw him do it the other way around to Nomar Mazara, where it was curveball first and high fastball later. Well, that sequence also works backwards if you go fastball on foul back. That's exactly what he tried to do, but missed the spot. You see some frustration there because he knows, at least he's confident, he feels like if he had thrown that pitch for a strike that he would have been able to get Chu out. But he missed the spot. Now he's in a full count. He's going to deliver a strike to Chu.
Chu got him to a full count in the first inning as well, so he's made him work a little bit. Now the payoff. And he walked him. So Chu is on. Couple of base runners in the 4th inning and nobody out.
And that's going to bring us to our AT&T high-speed replay. Let's go back to the first inning, and it's Elvis Andrus getting caught stealing here. We thought maybe he would have got his hand in there, but the Rangers decided not to challenge that play. And then in the second inning, it's Michael Taylor getting nailed by Robinson Chirinos, and that one was not close. He was out. Great throw by Robinson, great tag by Rougned Odor, and a couple of caught stealings here early on have become our AT&T high-speed replay.
Andrus was on in that first inning because of a base hit, which extended his hitting streak to 14 games. Double steal, runners off, and there's no throw off for Lobaton. Just couldn't get it out of the glove. And so everybody's safe. The Shields with his 11th, and Chu with his 5th stolen base.
So this is a situation where I don't think Elvis Andrus was bunting at all, but straight steal from both of these guys where he puts the bat out there and pulls it back. You don't take off on a bunt. You take off on a steal. You can't take that risk. If he pops that bunt up, that could very easily be a triple play. So that's a straight steal with Elvis Andrus just sticking that bat out there as a distraction.
Andrus now taps one over the mound, charging from short. Turner. He'll get Andrus at first, but it's an RBI. The Shields comes in from third, and the Rangers lead 1-0. A very productive out for Elvis Andrus. And Chu now at third base. He can still come in on a productive out.
Well, how big was that double steal now by the Texas Rangers? That ground out probably results in then second and third with one out, but instead it turns into an RBI ground out. Elvis Andrus does the job.
Now Adrian Beltre. Infield in most of the way. He takes a strike. Turner and Murphy at short and third base in the baselines, and they come creeping in with a pitch. It's 1-1 to Beltre. Adrian sitting on 2,952 career hits, and he pulls this one down the left field line, but fouled.
You mentioned those middle infielders where they don't have to play all the way in. They feel like they can cheat a little bit, give themselves a couple of extra steps of range. A lot of times you think about playing in and having all of your infielders on the grass. Well, Anthony Rendon and Adam Lynn on the corner, even with the bag, they certainly would have a play on Chu if he was to go on contact. But those middle infielders back just a little bit Every step that you go back is going to give you a little bit more range left to right, and I feel like it's a tough shot at Chu, even if there was a ground ball hit at them that deep.
Nobody's played in more interleague games than Adrian Beltre. Talking about total bases, doubles, and all the counting stats. I mean, he is pretty much the leader in all of them when it comes to interleague stats. Hard ground ball, shortstop. Turner comes to the plate. The tag on Chu. They got it. 6-2 put out at the plate. Chu was going on contact.
Yeah, and that's the play in that situation. And unfortunately for the Rangers, this ball was hit right at Trey Turner. He really did not have to move at all left to right. You're going to see it right here, right to him. Maybe a half a step to his left or his right, but fields it cleanly and makes a perfect throw. And that's really the Nationals understanding how far back they could be, and they played it perfectly.
So 2 gone, and Beltre at first base now for Nomar Mazara. 1-0 lead for the Rangers. Oh, we've seen it a number of times this year. You tend to maybe put the microscope on there a little more actively when good left-handed pitchers face guys like Nomar Mazara and Joey Gallo. And we've seen Nomar handle some real tough left-handers this year. This is as good a test as you'll get those. Gonzalez's been snapping off a really nasty curveball today, and it's 1-1 in this at bat.
Yeah, look at Nomar Mazara and what he has done against righties this year has been very good. We start digging in on that left-handed batting average, 250. I think he'll take that. That was a little bit of an issue for him last year. And I really, going back to what Anthony Iapoce had said to me last week when we were talking about Nomar, it's not just the batting average. Of course, you'd love to have the batting average, you'd love to have the hits. But the key really in the focus is quality at bats against lefties. And that means really sticking with your approach, not getting fooled too often where you're pulling off and your swing starts to change because you're facing a lefty with a big curveball, or he's knocking you off the plate with a good two-seam or whatever it may be. But keeping the approach the same, going for quality contact, knowing it's going to be a little bit of a tougher at bat.
2-2 the count. Mazara struck out in the second inning, 0 for 1 this afternoon. Yesterday had his 2 hits, also had a bases loaded walk. Gets a piece of this one, but does turn it foul. It stays 2-2. Yesterday batting third. In fact, that's where you find Mazara most nights in the order. Today drops to 5th with the left-hander out there. National League style today and this weekend against the Nats. So the pitcher hits. That certainly affects the way Bannister puts together his lineups. It's a full count now on Mazara. So Odor was back down to the 7th spot again, and that's the 3rd time now in a span of about a week that we have seen that.
It's always a disadvantage for the American League teams when they have to visit National League teams. There's a bat that you've built into your lineup, and usually a pretty good one that you expect to DH.
Now Mazara strikes out swinging in the 4th inning, but the Rangers get the first run of the afternoon. With the 1-0 lead. And we've got a promotion coming up soon, Tuesday, June 20th. Rangers and Blue Jays in the first 7,500 kids 13 and under. The ballpark will receive a Rangers Captain Kids hooded towel, courtesy of Denny's. Tickets are available, TexasRangers.com, or by calling 972-RANGERS.
All right, so saw a paper airplane just go by.
Quality airplane.
Very nice. Where'd it come from? We're higher than everybody else, and it just came from above us. Is that Evan Grant over there doing that?
It would either be Evan or FP Santangelo, I guess. A couple moves over.
Maybe the notes that I gave him. It's just a paper airplane at him, just chucked him.
Top of the order for the Nationals in this 4th inning.
For those who don't know, of course, FP Santangelo is the color analyst for the Washington Nationals, just in case you didn't know.
And very good at paper airplane. That's where I was going. But you're right. I mean, he is also, that's his other job. A little foul ball off the end of the bat. Count 2-1 on Trey Turner. It'll be Turner, Bryce Harper, and Daniel Murphy in this 4th inning. Just 3 hits combined for these two teams early on. It does seem like, I'm just going to throw this out there, CJ. Maybe I'm way off base. I probably am. Liner to first, and Hua right there for out number 1. When you play a noon game, the sunlight, something about, is there something that is advantageous for the pitcher today here?
Yeah, so that hopefully the hitters didn't get a full night's sleep. That's usually the big advantage. But no, there is for day games. It all depends. You know, it all depends on the player. Some guys like pitching in day games. They feel better. They feel like their body is just in a better place. But as the season goes on, as you get later in the season, more and more guys, your body adjusts to night games. So it's really more often than not fun for everybody, or guys are feeling a little bit off. But yeah, I would say if anybody has an advantage, more often than not, it's going to be those pitchers.
Harper up there, fouls off strike 1.
I personally hated pitching in day games. I just never felt right. And when you think about some guys, when you really get on that big league schedule where it's 7 p.m. games, you know, even if you're getting home at 11:30 or 12, you're not going to bed at that time. You still got to unwind from the game. You're usually going to bed 1 o'clock, sometimes later for certain guys. And so your body clock gets really thrown off, and all of a sudden you throw in a 12 o'clock start out of nowhere. Listen, I could sleep till 11 o'clock when I was playing in the big leagues pretty easily. Some guys are even better than that.
You're still pretty adept at it, aren't you?
Kids kind of ruin that for you a little bit. And as I got older and had kids, I didn't mind the day games as much. But when I was younger, hated them.
So far, so good for Martin Perez. 4 strikeouts, including one of Bryce Harper. That was back in the 1st inning. And he's ahead of Harper here, 1 and 2. Tips that one up there. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
He tried it again, and he tried to go to that changeup, which has really been fascinating for me to watch here with Martin Perez. Lefty on lefty changeup. We saw Alex Claudio do it yesterday, but look at this changeup here. This is what Bryce Harper swung and missed on in his first at bat. Now that one a little bit too far down, so Bryce more unlikely to take the bait when you miss that far down in the zone.
2-2, and that one down in the dirt again. So the breaking ball misses. Martinez allowed just the 1 hit. It was an infield hit by Michael Taylor in the 2nd. His payoff to Harper. He loose. So he walks Bryce Harper with 1 out in the 4th.
He tried it. He tried to go to the changeup again, but he kept missing down, unfortunately, and that at bat. So it's very fascinating. Now becomes interesting to watch how the future at bats go here between Martin Perez and Bryce Harper. He has shown him quite a few changeups, and when he's gotten into the zone, it's been effective. But Bryce has now seen that pitch a bunch of times.
Harper on for Daniel Murphy, and Murphy, another left-handed hitter. He struck out in the 1st. right in there with strike one. Murphy having another big year for the Nats. Ranking among the National League leaders in hits, average, doubles, RBIs, etc. And that one gets a corner. The count 0-2. Now, this is Murphy's second year with the Nationals, and a big offseason signing before 2016, coming off of the most incredible postseason performances we've seen in a long time a few years ago with the Mets. And I would gather that that earned him a lot of money. A couple really strong weeks in a postseason. Has a way of doing that.
He did, and he showed power in a way that he has never shown before. And even the New York Mets, who had him his entire career, not that they didn't believe in Daniel Murphy, but I'm not sure they believed in the power, and the power has stayed. And he's become a little bit of a different hitter. He was a guy that would play pepper with the left fielder and center fielder all day long and hit lots of softer line drives. But as you see right there, he has found a way to get comfortable pulling the baseball even in a 2-strike count. The old Daniel Murphy would be trying to line that ball to left field, but there's a new pull power hitter now in this lefty. And you see it here. It's a slider from Martin Perez that he wanted to sweep away, and it ended up coming and finishing out over the plate, and Daniel Murphy ready for it with a nice base hit to right field.
Just the second hit of the day for the Nationals, but now they have a couple of base runners for Anthony Rendon. That final season with New York for Daniel Murphy, he had a career high 14 home runs, to your point, but he had 7 more home runs in the postseason in 14 games.
Crazy. And what did he hit last year? How many did he have last year? 20?
25.
Yeah, comes out of nowhere, right? So you say he goes from 14, hits the 7 in the postseason, but proved that that power was for real and rewarded the Nationals for believing in him. And I think the Mets already made their decision. Even though he had such that great postseason, they would pick apart a little bit. They were pretty critical of his defense, and they were just kind of ready to move on. They brought in Neil Walker, who, when healthy, has done a really nice job for them, but they're probably as surprised as anybody else to see this power that Daniel Murphy showed.
They're done with the bouncer third base. Beltre goes to the bag for one to throw across the diamond in time for the double play. And so the captain turns the 5-3 twin killing and gets the Rangers out of any trouble in the fourth.
Great instinct here by Adrian Beltre to go ahead and take this himself and make the throw. And like you said, the captain getting it done. Let's take a look at our Ford game summary, and it has been all about these two lefties so far today. Gio Gonzalez, 6 strikeouts up to this point so far through his 4 innings of work, and Martin Perez has an answer for that. 4 strikeouts of his own. Check out these two guys kind of going head to head right now. Battle of the lefties. We knew it was going to be a good one, Dave. Lefties always deliver. 10 strikeouts and just 2 walks combined in 8 innings for these guys.
So back to work in the 5th inning, and Robinson Chirinos takes a strike. Now, I've seen some pretty athletic things in the years, some pretty impressive performances, but some of it's off camera.
That's right, buddy.
And I got to tell you, man, you just
well, if you want to get into broadcasting, you have to understand, of course, about 3.5 hours that we'll put in on average for a game, right? And you're going to get hungry over that time. Well, you only have commercial breaks to get any snacks in. At least if you're a professional, that's the only time you have your snacks. So I had a little bit, half of my caveman bar.
I'd say that was a la Kobayashi right there, though. You know, when he would throw down those hot dogs and swallow them whole. You took this caveman bar, and I don't know how you did that. And they're counting you down to break, and you're forcing it down. It was something. 1-2 pitch. It's
like when runners in scoring position, right? Where the intensity goes up, you actually have to bring it down. You slow your heartbeat down to that spot. You chew faster, but your mind goes slower. Make sure slow it down, count it out, get it swallowed, get all those peanuts out, and then deliver.
Well, color me impressed. Chirinos 0 for 1. Grounded out in the 2nd inning, and he has worked the count full here.
Some frustration and some animation right now from Gio Gonzalez, which is a good sign for the Rangers. That's what you want to see. So to get him a little bit worked up, see if you can get him to overreact, maybe overthrow. Maybe Robinson can draw a walk.
He goes after one and strikes out to start the 5th inning.
How about this? The Texas Rangers are excited to bring you the first ever Game of Thrones theme night. That's going to be on Wednesday, July 5th, when the Rangers take on the Red Sox. This ticket comes with a limited edition House Bannister bobblehead. Plus, take your picture on the Iron Throne. Tickets must be purchased through TexasRangers.com/Game of Thrones. That is awesome. That's how I feel when I'm home. Like when I sit down, that's what I feel like. That's what I feel like I look like. I don't know if it's true.
Odor taps one down the first base line. Lynn will feed Gonzalez, and Odor erased. 2 outs in the 5th inning. And now Ryan Rua.
Odor just gets over the top half of this ball, hits it into the ground. Adam Lynn makes the right decision. On the option there, feed your quarterback. Perfect pitch.
Rendon hustled over there to spend a few seconds with him.
Yeah, I mean, let's go. I don't know. I'm thinking, get out of here, man. I just got 2 outs. Just got a 1-pitch out. I don't think you're necessarily trying to give Ryan Rua some extra time or to get Gio Gonzalez out of his rhythm. So I'm not sure what that was about.
Rendon's got a little of that eastbound and down thing going.
It's getting long. We see all kinds of great flow these days in the big leagues, but he's got a little bit more curl. And yeah, what is that guy's name again?
Kenny Powers.
Little Kenny Powers, yeah.
That's a strong Kenny Powers look right there. Some big league lettuce. Look at that. Noon game. What time do you get up to work on that?
That's a good question. Does not appear to be low maintenance.
Golly, that would have you in fits all day long. He's a heck of a ball player too. You know what? You're that good. You can go with whatever look you want. And if I had hair like that, I might just do the same thing. The 1-2. Rua 0 for 1. That looking strikeout in the 3rd inning. Rangers with the 1 run in this game. Came on an RBI ground out by Elvis Andrus in the 4th inning. And it's 2-2. And Gonzalez, I don't know how much of it is directed at Kerwin Danley and how much of it is his own frustration at himself. But he did the body language speaking volumes. And a strikeout of Rua completes a 1-2-3. Top of the 5th, halfway there this afternoon. Here in Washington, the Rangers leading 1-0, and we invite you to join Positive Coaching Alliance Tuesday, June 17th for the Putt Putt 4 PCA fundraising event presented by Insperity. If you believe in a positive character-building experience for youth and high school athletes, join PCA on the 27th and help create better athletes and better people across North Texas. Just go to pcanorthtexas.org to learn more. All right, bottom of the 5th, Adam Lind. We'll lead it off. Lind, Michael Taylor, and then Ryan Rayburn. Lind grounded out in the 2nd inning. He is 0 for 1. Martin Perez has allowed 2 hits, no runs so far. 5 strikeouts and 1 walk. One of the 2 hits was an infield hit. It was almost worthy of a review. Very close play at first base. Really had it going pretty well so far. Then pops this one up. Short left field. Long run, and Mazzara can't get there. We'll have to take it on a hop. And Lind is on. A little hand grenade of a single to left field.
That's frustration for Martin Perez because he did exactly what he wanted to do. He elevated a fastball in. Adam Lind couldn't get to it, couldn't hit it very hard. He just blooped it into left field, and Nomar gave it everything he had, but he had no chance of getting to that ball as it just died and fell in front of him in left field.
So lead man on in the 5th inning. You were just pointing to me. If I said 5 strikeouts a moment ago for Martin Perez, I was mistaken. It's 4. Just what I thought I said, but it's never clear.
Run the tape back.
Please do.
All right. Yours, it's really possible that I misheard you, but I thought you said either.
Well, I doubt it's the latter because you're never listening. So I guess I must have messed that up. So Lind is at first. Corners in. Taylor, the man who had the infield hit we were talking about a moment ago. It is 1-1.
Well, this has been Martin Perez's specialty, right? There haven't been too many opportunities, hasn't happened yet today, but his ability to get the ground ball, especially against right-handed hitters when he uses that changeup down and away, that slider in, two-seam fastball down and away, all different ways for Martin, who has already gotten 12 double plays this season. Certainly now 1-2 count, you start thinking strikeout a little bit, but the idea of 2 for the price of 1 would fit in very nicely here as well.
Lind with not much of a lead over at first base. Hardly a threat to be going anywhere. Pitch on the way. It's 2-2. Yesterday, Taylor was collared in 4 at-bats and hits this one on the ground through the hole at short and into left field. So Perez got the ground ball, but Andrus shaded just a little bit more up the middle, unable to make a play on it. So 2 men on.
This is back-to-back at-bats now where Martin Perez has made the pitch that he's wanted to make. You see a changeup here. He's gotten the contact that he's wanted to get, which is not solid contact, but unfortunately it has resulted in 2 hits. And you're right, I mean, he just hit that in a perfect spot. There was nothing that Elvis could do in this game. A lot of times can be really cruel, and so far for Martin Perez, doubles up on the base hits allowed in this game, in this inning alone, but nobody squared him up.
So now toward the bottom of the order here, Ryan Rayburn, who grounded out in the 3rd inning. Place hitter, and a pitch on the way outside for ball 1. Rayburn, Lobaton, and in the pitcher's spot. So while they do have a couple of men on, Nationals are at that part of the order where they do lack a little bit, at least in terms of production this year. Rayburn just 1 for 11. Lobaton came in hitting 140. It's an offense that has scored a lot of runs. They lead the National League in everything. But Perez in a spot here not only where he has to bear down in a 1-run game, but in a spot where you can see him having some success against these hitters.
See if Martin shakes or not. See him looking right there, because he stepped off and the body language said, oh, well, maybe he wants a different pitch, but he looked in, got right back on, and shook yes to tell Robinson Chirinos, no, I'm not stepping off because I want another pitch. I just wanted to reset.
This one line right field, base hit into 3rd base. Lind, they'll hold him there, and they're loaded up.
That was the fastball that he wanted, and Martin Perez was in on this. Now the location, trying to go down or away, that's not a terrible pitch, and it was followed up by a couple of changeups in a 1-1 count. You don't want to be thinking about aiming corners too much, as you want to be able to try to get ahead 1-2, but it's one, I believe, where you just kind of look at the hitter and you say, you know what, Ryan Rayburn did a nice job on a fastball away and taking what the pitcher was giving him, and gets himself a base hit. But Martin Perez now has some work to do.
Well, leading 1-0, and he's in a spot here. 3 men on base, nobody out. Switch hitting catcher Jose Lobaton at the plate. They struck out Lobaton in the 3rd. And then misses just barely with ball 1. And you can see now the body language from Martin Perez starting to mirror that of his mound opponent Gio Gonzalez, with the extended look at home plate umpire Kerwin Danley.
Kerwin's been pretty good so far. I felt like he's been kind of pitcher friendly. I mean, you're always going to try to beg and get a little bit more, but I'd be careful. For the most part, he's been pretty generous.
1 ball, 1 strike on Lobaton.
Lobaton hitting just 128 against lefties. He has grounded into 1 double play this year. When you see those kind of numbers from a right-handed hitter, it tells you that fastball you just saw away is probably a good pitch to stay with on him.
Fouled off for strike 2.
He does it again because I say that because when you see a right-handed hitter that struggles against lefties, more often than not it's because he's pulling off the ball and trying to crush, and if you locate away, you're most likely going to get him to pull off the ball, maybe hit your ground ball or get you a swing and a miss.
Just like that, Tony Barnett loosening up. Not a lot of room for error right here in a 1-0 game. Lind at third, Taylor at second, Rayburn at first for the Nats. And this one popped up, foul ground. Rua is over, so is Odor, and Rua wanted it, but he missed it. Oh boy.
And that probably should have been Rougned Odor's ball. Tough son, as you see Rugi pointing up and wants to communicate here with Ryan and talk about it and see what he saw. But we talk about pop-up priorities. These are so tough for a first baseman. It's a much better angle for Odor. And then, of course, also, as you see, Ryan Rua's got those shades on his hat and not on. And Rougned Odor had his on. Now, he's also got the eye black, so he's got ways to deal with the glare in the sun and using his glove. And I'm not sure if it was even in his eyes or not, as you see Odor kind of pointing up to where it is. But when you come from that angle, more often than not, you're going to see the second baseman making that catch. It's a tough play for a first baseman.
So break for Lobaton. The bat continues. One-two from Perez. And this one lifted out into short right field. Odor going out. It's Chu who is there, and he makes the catch. 1 away in the 5th inning. All right, before Gio Gonzalez steps to the plate, we take a Chevy game break. Send it back again to John Radigan. All right, thanks, John. Bases loaded here. 1 out now. That out now. A break for Martin Perez because Gio Gonzalez up there. And you just get him to keep it on the infield somewhere. Maybe get yourself a double play. Get out of the inning. You got a big double play last inning with 2 men on and 1 out. And there's a swing and a miss by Gonzalez.
I made the mistake and said he hadn't gotten a double play. You're right. He got the ground ball to Adrian Beltre, who did a nice job stepping on the bag and throwing across the diamond. And so far, you know, Martin, you mentioned it, showing a little bit maybe of emotion, discouragement with the home plate umpire. He could have shown more after that ball dropped, but he did a nice job of bearing down and making a pitch to get Lobaton to pop out.
Now he's jumped ahead of Gonzalez 0-2. As a pitcher, and you come up in these spots, is there ever any pressure, any thought to, look, the team is probably better off if I just strike out?
No, because here's one of the many reasons why pitchers are stupid. They think they can get a hit here. He is thinking to himself, I can get a base hit here. Give me something up over the plate that I can handle, and I'm going to drive this ball in the outfield.
In fairness, Gonzalez not a bad hitting pitcher. And the 0-2 pitch, that's very high.
Now, managers maybe secretly are kind of thinking that once in a while and say, you know what, just punch out, just strike out. Let's our leadoff hitter have a shot. I think those situations probably exist, especially for horrific hitting pitchers, right? For guys that are just terrible, that their best case scenario is a ground ball that could turn into a double play. Yeah, I think secretly you're kind of wishing that he strikes out.
Base is loaded. Perez could really use a ground ball, and the 0-2, that one just nicked by Gonzalez, so he stays alive.
And did you see did you see Robinson? Right, he did his thing where he did the tap with the glove, and he did it on the inside part of the plate. You know, he does this all the time with hitters to try to get them fooled for guys that might be trying to cheat. I don't know how effective that is against pitchers. They probably don't even know. Hey, did I hear something? What was that? You know, like not even sure exactly what is going on. I'm not sure. I could be wrong. He is a National League hitter, so Gio Gonzalez obviously works on it more than your average pitcher does in the American League. But I'm not sure if he's necessarily picking sides of the plate to focus on.
Well, there's the swinging strikeout of Gonzalez. So Perez gets the big out that he needed. And Gonzalez does maybe a little less harm than he could have otherwise.
It's a great breaking ball, back foot, down and in. Not a very good swing from Gio Gonzalez. Not certainly one that you would expect either. I mean, I do like the idea of, you know, your pitchers going up there and hacking just in case. I mean, they're going to look foolish sometimes, so why not go ahead and take that chance and, who knows, maybe make some contact and get a base hit. But more importantly now, Martin Perez is one batter away from working out of a huge jam.
But the task got a little stiffer right here with Trey Turner. Turner's grounded out, lined out today, 0 for 2. Yesterday was 0 for 3 with a walk. The inning started with 3 straight singles. Lind had to stop at third base. Taylor blocked on the base pass by him. He's at second, and Ryan Rayburn, the man at first for the Nats. It's a 1-0 game. This next pitch from Martin Perez will be his 90th of the afternoon.
How many times have we seen it though this year where Martin Perez ends up in a jam? Now, this really wasn't his fault in a couple of weak hits, but makes big pitches in big situations. He's been doing it all year.
1-2, the count on Turner. A spot now where he can certainly do just that. This would be a huge momentum shifter or pickup for the Rangers should he retire Turner. Five strikeouts so far today. The 1-2 pitch way in to even it up.
How about Turner? See him leaning in there a little bit and thinking, you know, I'm down the count here, 1-2. A hit by pitch wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. He watch his front leg here a little bit. You see this slider go in. He tried. The old Craig Biggio, right? He used to do that all the time, but he just had a bunch of protective gear on too. It seemed like elbow, knee, ankle pads all over the place, and just lean in and get hit by a pitch.
Now the 2-2. It's a full count.
Now this entire at-bat, Martin Perez has stayed away from the fastball against Trey Turner. Turner is actually hitting only 118 against left-handed fastballs this year. He's struggled against the slider at 125. Changeup 222. But Martin Perez and Robinson Chirinos up to this point in this huge at-bat have not shown Trey Turner one fastball.
No fire drill here. Everybody will be moving. 2 outs. The full count pitch. And this one lifted in the air to left field. Mazzara waits on it. And Perez gets out of an enormous jam in the 5th inning. He leaves them loaded. And we go to the 6th in a 1-0 game. All right, time for the Sonic Slam inning, brought to you by Sonic Drive-In. Our jackpot today, $1,500 plus dinner for two at Sonic. Pamela Harris of Newark, Texas. Good luck, Pamela. The Ranger hits a home run, you'll win $1,500. If a Ranger gets a grand slam this inning, Pamela wins $25,000 and promises to buy us tater tots. Which, by the way, were very good downstairs today.
They're kind of I don't want to say a staple, but close to a staple in a lot of press boxes. And there's really no such thing as a bad one.
Exactly.
Unless it's not cooked though. A little frozen, maybe. Only issue I would have.
I like them nice and crispy. Good this morning. Martin Perez just a fantastic job a moment ago, getting out of that bases loaded jam, nobody out, and now leads off this sixth inning. He's 0 for 1 so far today. He takes a strike. Count a ball and 2 strikes on Perez, who has 1 hit in his big league career. Gonzalez right back after him, but misses. So Gonzalez now at 90 pitches this afternoon. We'll see plenty of both bullpens today. Ooh, strike 3 called, and Perez turned back.
The reaction from Martin Perez, and that pitch was a strike. It's always fun when you get the American League pitchers in there a little bit, and he seemed a little frustrated, maybe looking away for something out over the plate, but instead he gets a fastball inside.
Hey, get a jump on your Independence Day celebration this year. Head out to the ballpark on Monday, July 3rd. We're going to have a spectacular post-game fireworks show. Rangers and Red Sox, 7:05 game. Fireworks afterward. Tickets are available at TexasRangers.com or by calling 972-RANGERS. Now Delano DeShields steps in, had the big double in the 4th inning, and was later able to score on an Elvis Andrus ground out thanks to another stolen base, his 11th of the year. He's now 1-1. Tell you what, there have been a number of notable performances and efforts this year on the Rangers side. And we've seen some real growth with some handful of the younger players. Is this one lined into left field? That's a base hit for Delano DeShields. But I gotta say, man, the way that DeShields has held up after not playing basically the first 20 games of the year, and now he's right up near 300 for the season batting average.
He's done an excellent job, and go back to 2015 when he was a big contributor, then the down year last year, all the frustration that comes along with that, and he felt it and he put the work in this past offseason, came into spring training in great shape, not just great shape, but just a little bit more focused, a little bit more locked in, a little bit more on a mission. I think he was disappointed in what happened a year ago and felt like he had to reprove himself. He did that in camp, but still didn't get the everyday at bats in left field, right, to start off the season. That was Jurickson Profar, and then once that regular playing time started coming for Delano, he has really capitalized on it. He's done an excellent job.
5-game hitting streak, 2 more hits today. It's an average now up to the moment 304. As Chu steps in today, he is 0 for 1 with a walk. Rangers with just 3 hits as a team today. Delano with 2 of them. He's got a nice lead over there at first. Enough to get the attention of Gonzalez.
And we talked about it earlier in that home run streak that Gio Gonzalez has going on against lefties, right? He's let up just 3 over the last 3 years. None this year. Both the last 2, I should say, have been to Joey Votto, and then the one in 2014 to Freddie Freeman. So that means he has gone 99 games, 568 innings, 99 starts, 568 innings, where the only left-handed home runs he has let up have been 2 to Joey Votto. That's it. 99 starts.
That's pretty amazing.
Over 550 innings, and only Joey Votto has taken him deep from the left side.
Tight on Chu. And it's 2-0. Chu with 7 home runs this year. He has driven in 27. What do you think? Possible maybe Chu runs into one right here?
I think the approach that Chu takes against lefties doesn't necessarily work in his favor when you start to think about home runs. Not to say that he can't. You hang a breaking ball, Chu, or miss with a fastball, he absolutely could crank it out of here and hit it into that Nationals bullpen. But he takes a little bit more of that all-field approach against lefties. But Omar is absolutely capable. Ruben Odor is capable. Joey Gallo, we know, is capable. So there are some guys. Chu might not be my first pick. And again, not to say that he can't do it, just more knowing the kind of hitter that he is. And the way that he usually approaches left-handed pitching.
I really hope he hits his stuff.
Listen, I hope he hits one too.
I hope he yanks it really hard too. Like
hits the foul pole.
Yeah, I want him to go down to a knee, yank it on a line, and drill it off the pole. Delano with a decent lead and a little snap throw that time. Better move from Gonzalez.
Yeah, he could go oppo too. He could take that great
For sure.
opposite field approach. I would look up and tell you how many opposite field home runs he has against lefties, but there's no internet here. In the TV booth now for the last 4 innings.
Ooh, inside again. So that's seemed to be a theme today for Gonzalez.
So this is what you do when you have left-handed hitters that can spray the field very well. As a left-handed pitcher, you usually will try to throw in, right? Because they're looking out over the plate. They're hitting those line drives to left. Now you never know with Chu. You change the approach a little bit knowing that he's been trying to pound you in.
The 3-1 pitch bounced over to the right side, and that one grabbed by Murphy from second base, who will race over and retire Chu.
Did Lynn touch that ball at all?
No, he did not.
He looked like he gave his best effort to distract Daniel Murphy as he kind of stabbed at it and he just couldn't reach it, and so put it down for the old "for you" in your scorebook at first base.
It's another first. Those shifts, so they create these spots now where we see those kinds of plays. But a nice job there by Murphy. The Shields now out at scoring position, and Elvis Andrus 1 for 2 and has driven in the game's only run. He fouls this one off.
See Matt Albers excuse me, warming up in the Nationals bullpen.
Hey.
Matt.
Oh.
Albers.
I got you. Okay.
Not Fat Albert.
I wasn't paying close enough attention. That's just I hear things. Delano with a walking lead at second. Nobody paying a whole lot of attention out there. 2 away in the inning. And a swing and a miss. So Gio Gonzalez this year with runners in scoring position has the best batting average against of any National League pitcher. He's second in all of baseball. Opposing hitters hitting just 117 against him.
I tell you what, you talk about them not paying attention to Delano Shields. He could easily steal third base right now if he wanted to.
Down the dome, very deep at third as well. It just doesn't really serve a whole lot of purpose.
Well, here's why I'll refute that a little bit. And I'm with you usually, right? As far as taking advantage or being over aggressive in situations where you don't need to be. And they're not holding him at second base at all. Trey Turner is in the hole. Daniel Murphy is back kind of in the other hole. There is a ton of room, and his lead could expand by 5 feet. The reason I would take the bag is because it's Gio Gonzalez, and Gio Gonzalez can throw a curveball in the dirt all day long. You could score a run on a wild pitch. Now here comes Murphy starting to slide in now.
0-2, and there goes Delano. The pitch is outside, no throw. So to Shields with another stolen base, and he's now 90 feet away.
So think about, his best strikeout pitch is that breaking ball. And if you're sitting here ahead in the count, well, there's a runner on second. You'll throw it in the dirt all day long to try to get a guy to swing over the top of it. Well, Gio may be a little bit more hesitant now to use that breaking ball down, because if he bounces it, it's a run.
This ball out toward right field, slicing down the line. Long run, Bryce Harper into foul ground. And he got down just before that wall. Boy, he was going at it pretty hard. Wisely pulled up.
Yeah, that's one where you're going to have to slide, and you'd be smart to slide feet first, exactly the way that Bryce Harper did. You know, they have those low walls. Well, not really a slide, but kind of a tumble. And hey, a little hair flip for y'all. It's nice. Like the hair flip afterwards is fantastic. But that wall is so low too, right? It's one thing to think about running into walls, but he goes into that wall into full speed.
Go ahead.
Anyway, they're so low, he's going over it pretty easily, so they can be a little bit dangerous. They're great for fans, those low walls, but they're not necessarily great for players.
This one hit out to left field. Rayburn to his right, and he'll make the play. So the Rangers leave a man at third base. We go to the bottom of the sixth. Tough and tight one this afternoon.
Take a look at our Jimmy John's delivery of the game, and Martin Perez was in a bases loaded, nobody out situation when this foul pop-up dropped in, but Martin does an excellent job of picking up his teammates. He still gets Lobaton to fly out to right. No one advances. Then he strikes out Gio Gonzalez, and then it is Trey Turner with the bases loaded, 2 outs and a full count, gets the pop-up to left field, and Martin Perez locked in a big situation, bases loaded, nobody out, does not yield a run. And that is our Jimmy John's delivery of the game.
And now the first pitch of this sixth inning is raked into that right field corner. Harper with a stand-up double.
Let's take a look at this here from Gio Gonzalez, from Martin Perez. A breaking ball that hangs up and in. He's trying to go down and away. The ball sits up and in, and he's probably thinking in that situation, hey, let me just get a first pitch strike, get it over. Bryce Harper came out hacking in his third at bat against Martin Perez.
Well, he's had to get out of a couple of really sticky spots the last 2 innings, and now paints himself into another interesting situation in this sixth with a leadoff double. Perez to deal with Daniel Murphy. Murphy 1 for 2. Pitch count, as you can see, 95 now for Martin Perez. So getting into that critical state of the game for him, and the potential for a little bullpen help coming up. 1-1 to Murphy.
There's Tony Barnett, who was up earlier in this game, up again. He hasn't pitched much at all late. There's been a couple of relievers who haven't thrown, but how about Tony Barnett has only thrown once in the last 11 days. That was a 2-inning outing back on June 5th against the Astros, where he threw 2 innings and threw 38 pitches. He had 5 days off leading up to that one and 5 days off since. Now check out this pitch count from Martin Perez. 97 so far today. We have seen him go as high as 113. Also just slightly above what his average has been so far this year.
Checks Harper, and this one slashed out to left field. Harper had to hold for a second, so he'll stop at third on Murphy's base hit.
I'm kind of wondering how these at bats were going to go against lefties that Martin Perez has handled pretty well. But how about that pitch now? He wanted it further in. It ends up being down, but way down. Even though it was over the plate, that ball was way down. It's a good job by Daniel Murphy, but that is going to end, at least it looks like that's going to end Martin Perez's day.
Indeed it does. So it's up to the Rangers bullpen from this point forward. A little hotter here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Harper, third base, Murphy first, and Tony Barnett, first man out of the bullpen.
Now we'll take a look at Tony and what he does. And if you watch the Rangers this year, or even the last couple of years, you're familiar with the Tony Barnett cutter, which is a very good one. Sits at 89 miles an hour, just a few miles an hour off that sinker, which is the next kind of go-to pitch from him. Also throws the curveball, the four-seam fastball, and a very occasional split finger fastball. But it is the cutter that is the go-to that has been so good for Tony Barnett.
He gets Anthony Rendon, Adam Lind, and Michael Taylor, depending on where this inning goes. Rendon taking his time to get to the batter's box. Wanted to hear as much of that song as possible. It sounded like the bat snuck up on him. I mean, we had a pitching change, but he's ready. Harper third, Murphy first. Middle of the infield, double play depth. Beltre back at third base. And Rendon takes ball one. Rendon 0 for 2. And he bounced into a big double play in the 4th inning. That one ended it. Nationals had first and second, one out of the 4th inning before Rendon's double play into the inning. They had 3 straight singles to open the 5th inning. Bases loaded, nobody out. But Martin Perez was able to navigate it the rest of the way without allowing a run. Now, though, things just too much. And Perez, out of bullets in the 6th inning, gives way to Tony Barnett. And moves off the plate, 2-0.
That's a good hard cutter from Tony. Just slid off the plate a little bit too far, and this is the way that they're going to attack Anthony Rendon, who has been so good. We talked about him especially against left-handed pitching this year, so a little bit worse against those righties. But Tony is going with the cutter so far, and you can see why. A 167 batting average against on that cutter for Anthony Rendon this season.
There's a corner call, makes it 2-1. Nationals so far today, no runs on 7 hits. They've left 4 men on base. A team, though, that leads the National League in runs scored, batting average, on base percentage, slugging percentage. Barnett checks in with Daniel Murphy. Rangers, though, to this point in the series have to feel great about the way they have handled this very potent Nationals offense. 2 runs yesterday, nothing so far today, and it's 3-1 to Rendon.
And if you're wondering about Daniel Murphy, and why would Tony Barnett throw over there? He's only got 1 stolen base this year. Well, the other thing to think about is Rendon has been pretty good in contact and trying to stay out of that double play. So quite possibly Dusty Baker would want to have Daniel Murphy in motion. The Rangers are playing their infield back. They're willing to give up that run if they can get that double play right now. You see up the middle especially. So the idea of putting him in motion, even though he only has that 1 stolen base, certainly a possibility.
Not going. The 3-1 pitch swung on and missed. It's a full count.
See the cutter grip right there, and this ball right on the corner finishes just off, but because of that late break, Anthony Rendon thought that would be a strike.
Runners off the corners. Barnett's payoff, and that one fouled back. Talking about Rendon a little bit earlier. 1st round draft pick, 6th overall out of Rice University, and he was one of the superstars of the college game when he was at Rice. Had a collegiate batting average of over 370. (3-2). And this one sent out to left field. Mazzara back, and he'll make the catch. Harper tags 3rd. He'll score. And it's a 1-1 game.
And we do a good job of really kind of dissecting stats and what they mean and what has value now more than ever. The one that I still struggle with and struggled with when I played was that Tony Barnett comes into a tough situation. It's 1st and 3rd, nobody out. The odds of him preventing that run from 3rd scoring are pretty slim. It's certainly not an easy thing to do. The odds are against him. Think about runner at 3rd base and nobody out. But bring that up, and this is not the most important thing of the day, but that goes down as a blown save. It's the 6th inning, so it's considered a save situation. You inherited runner at third with nobody out, and for his ledger, he gets a blown save. It's kind of silly. I mean, it doesn't really. That's not really indicative of all how he pitched. Just kind of one of those odd situations.
Well, the important thing, I guess, is that he gets that first out. Obviously, would have been ideal, maybe a strikeout, something along those lines to keep Harper at third base. But he gets that first out of the inning. And now, with Lind up there in a spot where, again, if he can get a ground ball, the inning can be done rather quickly. Murphy at first. When hit one on the ground back of the second inning. He also singled his next time up. Hits this ball well to center field. The Shields goes back near the wall, and it is gone. Adam Lind with the two-run homer, his 5th of the year. And that quick strike Nationals offense now leads 3-1.
This is a split finger. Looks like that it hung up in the middle that Tony wanted down. And Adam Lind gets extended. You see him get under this ball, pop it up just a little bit, but got enough behind it to get it out to center field.
Base is empty now. And Taylor fouls off a strike. Michael Taylor has been on both times. He's gotten to the plate today. A couple of base hits. Lifted his average 10 points today. 3 runs, 8 hits, no errors for the Nationals. 1 run, 3 hits, and no errors for the Rangers. And it's 0-2 on Taylor. So a sac fly by Rendon and the Lind 2-run homer. 2 of the 3 runs this inning charged to Martin Perez. Barnett's 1-2, and he gets Taylor swinging. There are 2 away.
Here's that good cutter from Tony, well located down and away just off the plate. Michael Taylor swings right over the top.
All right, now Ryan Rayburn. He singled in the 5th, also grounded out a little earlier. Chase that breaking ball in the dirt, strike 1. Had some nasty bite on it from Barnett. Rayburn getting the start today in left field as Dusty Baker employed a different looking lineup today. This one lined over first. That's a base hit. And some of those guys who are not regular starters for the Nationals have turned in some big games today, and Rayburn one of them.
Yeah, this is the strength, really, when you think about the Nationals, that makes you feel good about their ability to hang in there long term, as Ryan Rayburn does a good job of staying on this pitch away. But I think it's a high-end starting pitching at the top. Very good lineup. But they also have a good bench, and that matters, especially in the National League and in the postseason. I mentioned Adam Lind's coming off back-to-back years of 20 home runs. Ryan Rayburn got some pop. The guy can hit. These are guys that are not going to be playing every day, so when they're spelling other guys, giving them a day off, you feel good about the bats that you have in there. But also in all these National League games, the ability to pinch hit as well in some big spots becomes important. They got that nice lefty-righty combo between Lind and Rayburn. So Dusty Baker's got himself some tools to work with. Like another reliever or 2, I think, to kind of finish off this puzzle. But this is a deep roster. Small
lead at first. The pitch to Lobaton is count is 0-2. Lobaton 0 for 2 today. Struck out in the 3rd inning, and he flied out in the 5th. Lobaton, his previous 2 at-bats, been from the right side of the plate, now from the left side. Against Tony Barnett, 1-2 the count. Now, Brian Goodwin has come out into the on-deck circle for the Nationals. So depending on what happens in this at-bat, Dusty Baker may be making a move to his bullpen. It's 2-2.
Matt Albers is still throwing down there in the pen. He's been up a couple of times today, and just kind of going along pitch by pitch. And sometimes the call is made that you're in the game no matter what, or it is you're in the game only if we pinch hit. So when you get that call, you have to kind of pace yourself along. As a reliever, it becomes so important to make sure that you're not wasting all your pitches down in the bullpen and warming up too much.
It's a full count now on the 8th place hitter. Double and a single by Harper and Murphy. That chased Martin Perez from the game. Barnett came on. The sac fly to Anthony Rendon, and then the 2-run homer to Lynn. Since then, it's a strikeout and given up another base hit. 3-2. Bouncer, first base, and Rua is there. He drops it, but plenty of time to get it to Tony Barnett and get Lobaton, who is really moving slowly down the line. Well, the Nationals have taken the 3-1 lead, but the heart of the order coming for the Rangers. Adrian Beltre, Nomar Mazara, and Robinson Chirinos when we come back.
In the bottom of the 6th. Now the Nationals are at 3-1 on the Rangers in the top of the 7th. Well, fans here, even on the road in D.C., were more than excited to see Adrian Beltre back on the field today, yelling earlier in the game, "He's back!" which brings us to State Farm's winning combination of determination and trust. He was determined not to go on the DL. Told us that in the last couple of days that ankle had improved a lot. Less pain, less inflammation. He was ready to go, so him and Jeff Bannister talked it over, and Bannister trusted that his captain was ready to return to the field. And guys, obviously that has been huge for this team, especially on such a difficult road trip.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. As Beltre will lead it off in this 7th inning. Beltre, Mazara, and Chirinos. It's a 3-1 game. And we take a look at Matt Albers out of the bullpen for the Nationals.
You see the numbers there, 22 games, very good ERA, tremendous whip from Matt Albers, great strikeout to walk ratio. And so as much as we talk about Dusty Baker wishing he had some deeper arms in that bullpen, Matt Albers has been a good one.
Goodwin comes into the game in left field. He'll be batting ninth, which means he'll lead off. And we get to the bottom of the 7th inning. 1-1 to Adrian Beltre. Albers well traveled. And with the White Sox the last couple of years. This one hit by first. That's a base hit for Adrian Beltre, his first of the afternoon. And it gives him 2,953 in his career.
Well, I mentioned it earlier. Adrian Beltre has been so good with the quality of the at-bats that he has produced so far here since he got off the DL. I mean, this is a pitch that's not where it was supposed to be, but it's still a two-seam fastball that is way down and away. And you look watching to shoot this ball to right field. I mean, it is quality at bat after quality at bat from Adrian Beltre, and easy to see why he'll be enshrined in Cooperstown someday.
Well, that's a big base hit. Now it gets the potential tying run at the plate the rest of the inning as Mazara gets out of the way of that inside fastball from Matt Albers.
There's a little clue for you right there. Matt Albers so far has yanked those last two fastballs. The one that he was trying to throw to Adrian Beltre was supposed to be on the other side of the plate. That pitch was supposed to be away to Nomar, ended up finishing in. So maybe the Rangers will catch a break. We saw the numbers. They have been good, but Matt Albers' fastball command a little bit off so far.
1-1 to Nomar Mazara, who has struck out twice this afternoon. Albers was signed as a minor league free agent at the end of January this year. His first go round in the Nationals organization. Ooh, that one flashed foul. Look out. Man, right into the Rangers dugout, and that got in there in a hurry. Ooh.
Looks like everybody is okay. Always amazing. You see Chu right there. He waves the white towel.
Oh. Whoa.
Now, She-Rock's got no chance against the line drive.
Man.
So you think the ball actually went all the way through the wall? Is it sitting now trapped in the wall?
That's a good question.
That's a good question. Let's see. Because that would be pretty cool. Here we are. Imagine there you are sitting in the dugout, heads up. I'm saying it did not go through. It's Pete Cosmo lining it up. Maybe figure, you know what, I'll sit exactly where it just hit. There's no way he's going to do that twice. Right? Maybe that's the approach.
How could it?
Chu not subscribing to that theory.
No, he saw it once. That was enough.
Play it safe and just get behind the net.
Beltre over at first base. Nobody out in the 7th inning. Albers on a relief for Gio Gonzalez. Veteran right-hander comes 2-2. And he gets a strikeout of Mazara. One away for Robinson Chirinos.
Matt Albers caught Nomar Mazara looking at a pretty well located fastball that was down, but you saw Nomar struggling, I think, a little bit with this heater. We saw the late foul ball fighting off a couple of pitches, so he may not have been picking up the fastball very well out of Matt Albers' hands.
Chirinos, and he offers that strike one. Albers mentioned last year with the White Sox, he previously gone 2 rounds for the Houston Astros. He's also played for Baltimore, the Red Sox, the Diamondbacks, the Indians. On a 12 big league seasons. Chirinos watches one off the plate. It's 1-1.
There's double barrels in that Washington Nationals bullpen. Sean Kelly, Oliver Perez was the lefty. And Jeremy Jeffress warming up in the Ranger bullpen. I mentioned Tony and how he'd only pitched once in the past 11 days prior to today. Jeremy Jeffress has not pitched since June 1st. It has been 9 off days for him.
1-2 to Chirinos. There's been some lumpy work distribution lately in that bullpen. Guys who have been on the shelf for a while. The guys who have carried the load just a little bit. Of course, the off days, so many of them lately have piled up, and that has made it very possible for guys to go 6 days or so without throwing.
Feast or famine. That's how the bullpen usually works. There's days where you're looking around wondering who can pitch, and then there's days where you feel like you haven't pitched in forever.
Another strikeout, this one of Chirinos, and Albers bears down after the leadoff single.
Another good pitch here. See that arm angle? It creates so much movement. And look at that vertical movement that goes down, a little bit horizontal, but a lot of that going straight down and into a righty with that kind of movement. Very tough to get to, as we see Robinson Chirinos swinging right over the top of that pitch.
Now Odor. Grounded out a couple of times, both times over to the right side of the infield. Odor batting 7th today. This guy who's working on a 5-game hitting streak himself. He's done that a couple of times this year already. Toward the end of May, went on an 8-game hitting streak. Odor homered last night. In fact, he's homered now in 2 of the last 4 games. And it's 1-1. One big swing here, and it would tie the game. Per usual, a shift with 3 infielders on the right side against Odor. Rendon all by himself in a somewhat traditional third base look. Beltre running, a swing and a miss by Odor. The throw to second, not in time. And Adrian Beltre steals his first base of the year.
Adrian Beltre got a monster lead and a great jump here off of Matt Alberson. I should say more just if I look at the jump. I mean, that is just a huge jump. We know he's been struggling a little bit with the calf and the ankle, and obviously everything okay here for Adrian. Comfortable enough to steal this bag, and this was close, even with that big jump.
So out at second base now for Odor. Now he did swing through that last pitch. Count 1-2. And he strikes out swinging. So Albers gave up that leadoff single and then struck out the next 3 hitters. We go to the bottom of the 7th.
To the bottom of the 7th, where pitcher Jeremy Jeffress will take the mound. And last night was a special night for him at Nationals Park because his high school baseball team from Halifax County High School came to watch him play, along with his head coach, Kenneth Day, who he told me has been a big mentor to him for a very long time. And get this, today they played in the state championship game in Virginia, lost 5-4 in 14 innings. But a neat weekend for Jeffress, who, by the way, guys, was sure to mention to me that when he played, they reached the state semis and he had a home run. So he might be excited if he got to hit here.
Well, I guarantee he'd be excited if he got a chance to hit.
Semifinals, though. Can't tell semifinal stories, can you?
Absolutely.
Anytime you hit a home run, you tell the story.
Absolutely.
Especially if you turn into a pitcher full time. Well, there's the arsenal from Jeremy Jeffress. It will be a lot of those two-seam fastballs. Great velocity, great movement. Like I said, I mentioned he has not pitched in 9 days. So whenever you have that kind of break, you do worry a little bit about the command sometimes. We'll see how Jeremy feels after a long layoff.
It was after Brian Goodwin with strike one. Goodwin came in last inning defensively in left field in his first at bat of the day. Jeffress jumps ahead of him 0-2. So Goodwin, he had the start yesterday in left, went 0 for 3 before being lifted for a pinch hitter in the 8th inning. Ryan Rayburn came in for him. And he swings and misses, so strikes out on 3 pitches to start the bottom of the 7th.
Well, after getting ahead with a couple of fastballs, it's the breaking ball from Jeremy Jeffress, and this ball just darts right down. See that curveball grip? Goodwin swinging right over the top.
So one down, and now to the top of the order for Trey Turner. Turner 0 for 3 so far today. Good breaking ball in there for a strike. Set up outside on Turner. Jefferson, you're talking about the potential for command issues after a long layoff. I mean, he's pinning these fastballs right on the target. Wherever asked for, he delivers. Last one, he just didn't get the call, but very good pitch, and Turner fouls this one off. It is 1-2.
Yeah, it looks very sharp so far. It's not an easy thing to do. A lot of times you think, okay, well, a little bit of break here and there, get yourself fully rested, and you'll be good to go. But I think most relief pitchers will tell you more than a couple of days, and you do start to worry about the command. You can throw bullpens in between, and you're warming up. It's not like you're not getting off of a mound, but nothing replicates game adrenaline, right? That's the big thing, trying to stay sharp under those circumstances.
Another near miss, and he wanted that one. 2-2. A low-scoring affair. The pitching has been pretty sharp today. Martin Perez pitched into the 6th inning, allowed a couple of runs on 7 hits. Gio Gonzalez allowed 1 run in his 6 innings today. Gonzalez gave up just 3 hits. Turner waiting on a 3-2. Jeffress delivers. And a high chopper over the mound right to Odor. Hustles it over. It just does get Trey Turner 2 away. All right, time for a Chevy game break. Let's send it back again to John Radigan. Thanks, John. 2 out here. Bryce Harper Harper's walked and doubled, also struck out, but that was back in the first. It's funny, Harper's numbers. 8th in the league with a .323 batting average. Tied for 7th in the league with 46 RBIs. And yet, concern around here that something might not be right. He slowed down just a little bit. Overall, the still pretty good. Takes the ball. It's 3-1.
Now this is a good matchup here for Jeremy Jefferson. Check this out. We're going to look at what he has done with 2 outs. The OPS has been really good, so 2-out situations are non-issue. But I say it's a good matchup because he's a good fastball hitter, middle and up. Jeremy, with that really good movement, more often than not leaves the ball down in the zone. And so against right-handed pitchers, you leave that fastball down, you have a pretty good chance of getting Bryce Harper out.
Ball smashed down to first. What a stop by Ryan Rua, and he will give it off to Jeffress to win the inning. It's a 1-2-3 for Jeffress. Very sharp in the 7th. Baseball is brought to you by Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. And by AT&T Internet. Visit AT&T.com/keepcalm to learn more. The beautiful sights of Washington, D.C. Middle game in our 3-game series this weekend. Interleague style. Nationals with the 3-1 lead as we go to the 8th. And by the way, Saturday, June 17th. It's like a week from today. First 15,000 fans get a Nomar Mazar Big Chill Cooler backpack courtesy of Dairy Max. It's the Rangers and Mariners Saturday afternoon at 4:05 first pitch. Get your tickets at TexasRangers.com or 972 Rangers. So the Rangers now down to 6 outs remaining today, and Jared Hoying pinch hitting for Rua. Takes strike 1. Albers out there after a very impressive 7th inning. They give up the base hit to Adrian Beltre, but then struck out Mazar, Chirinos, and an Odor in order.
Well, I was completely wrong after seeing a couple of missed fastballs as far as location went from Matt Albers. First it was the Adrian Beltre base hit, then the first pitch to Nomar Mazar. He yanked and pulled it in and wondered, oh, is he off a little bit? Is the release point not there? And then he just seemed to turn it on after that. And this fastball's got some life to it. Seems to be jumping on these hitters. The slider looked really good as well. And so the idea of switching over to a lefty, I think, is a great idea in a pinch hit situation. In a close game like this where Matt Albers appears to be locked in.
Hoying with that very upright stance and takes a beauty right at the knees. It's 2-2. First time this year that Hoying has been asked to pinch hit. Albers runs it in. Rangers just need a base runner right here. Get somebody on, and it creates the opportunity for a one-swing tie.
Pretty good pitch right here, and you see Lobaton does a pretty good job trying to scoop that ball from the bottom. We talk about pitch framing, receiving, making that pitch look good to the home plate umpire. Quiet hands and start from the bottom. Bring your hand up. It's going to be your best chance.
This one blooped right near the plate, and Lobaton takes care of it, one away.
Hey, Baylor fans, Fox Sports Southwest wants you to show your school spirit at a Texas Rangers game. Get discounted tickets for the Friday, June 16th game versus the Mariners and a free Rangers cap in Bears green and gold colors while supplies last. Go to texasrangers.com/Baylor for details.
All right, so one out, and now Jurickson Profar to hit for Jeffress. Eighth inning and a two-run game. Coming in, this would be a big test against the Nationals. Another pop-up right out in front of the plate. And this one handled by Rendon, 2 away. Rangers had led all the way into the bottom of the 6th inning. And that's chipped away a little bit. A sac fly tied the game, and then one big swing. Adam Lind with the 2-run homer to center field. There's a difference in this one. Dusty Baker and his crew looking for their 39th win of the season, and right now running away with the National League East Division. Got a 10.5 game lead on the Atlanta Braves coming in as the Shield shows bunt. There was some thought maybe the New York Mets would be a team to challenge these Nationals this year, but we just saw them at home and all the injuries and the pitching. It has been a disappointment for them. Not for the Nats.
Mets, without a doubt, I thought were the best team to have a shot at challenging the Washington Nationals. Those injuries have just really crushed them. We saw them in that 2-game series, but starting pitching has been a big issue for the New York Mets. Hasn't happened for them. I don't know if there's enough time in the season for them to be able to climb back in this thing with how good the Washington Nationals are.
Albers 0-2, and it's inside. Shields had a real nice day at the plate, 2 for 3. Talked about how that average has bumped up over 300 now. Well, he has stayed disciplined to his approach. He has used that speed. He's used the bunt a lot more regularly and to his advantage. But he's been a patient hitter as well. Can't say enough about the way he has turned his game around this year after a disappointing 2016. Infield back deep. Outfield pretty shallow on the Shields. And Albers strikes him out looking. Another 1-2-3 for Matt Albers. He's retired 6 in a row. We go to the bottom of the 8th in Washington. The big bottom of the 6th inning for the Nationals. They have a 3-1 lead now as we go to the bottom of the 8th. And we invite you to watch every out-of-market regular season game live on MLB.TV Premium on over 400 supported devices. Plus, you get a free subscription to At Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Visit MLB.TV for details. All right, so the last of the 8th, we will see the 3, 4, and 5 hitters for the Nats. Jurickson Profar stays in the game. He's playing first. Jared Hoying moves into center field. And Jose Leclerc, the new pitcher.
And we'll take a look at what Jose Leclerc has been featuring. You see the pitches there, the 4-seam fastball, the 2-seam fastball. Great changeup that he has.
One and one to Murphy. Murphy scored the go-ahead run. He was the man on base when Lind hit the home run. And that put the Nats in front. Comes up empty here. It's 1-2. Tomorrow we'll be back here for the finale. Max Scherzer has the start. Now it's going to be a local time here, 4:05 start. So back home beginning at just after 3 o'clock. A swing and a miss by Murphy is a strikeout to start the 8th.
How about that pitch from Jose Leclerc from a very good contact hitter in Daniel Murphy? I mean, if he didn't move, that ball would have hit him in his back knee. And it was a fastball. It wasn't like it was a slider or a changeup that cut. That was a fastball. And Jose Leclerc just made Daniel Murphy look foolish on it.
We have seen when Leclerc has his command, he can be a very challenging at bat for guys. Anthony Rendon takes one high. He tied the game with a sac fly in the 6th.
Can we get that fixed? Can we get that fixed?
You go back to that inning, and if you remember Bryce Harper jumping on that first pitch, and Martin Perez had some pretty good at bats against Bryce Harper. Struck him out in the first inning. He ended up drawing a walk, but it was a pretty competitive at bat. And it's a really incredible thing, especially in games like this. You can always kind of go to just a handful of pitches, and that's usually where the difference is. Well, he threw that curveball. That's what I was talking about leading up to the 3rd at bat. Well, he used the changeup very effectively, lefty on lefty. We'll be seeing again. He thought, oh, let me just get this first curveball over, maybe get ahead in the count, and then up sitting up in top of the zone. And Bryce Harper ripped it down the right field line for a double. That automatically changes the complexity of the inning. When you're Bryce Harper batting second with that kind of power and the things that he can do, now all of a sudden you got to go through Daniel Murphy, Anthony Rendon, Adam Lind. That's even with Ryan Zimmerman down. That was a big at bat. That's not any fault of Martin Perez. I mean, the idea of a first pitch curveball with nobody on, what we call a get me over curveball, is not a bad idea. And Bryce Harper just was all over. He was ready for it. Now in RBI situations, that's not a good idea. Get me over curveballs in RBI situations are generally not good. That's when hitters will be a little bit more aggressive. But that really kind of changed, kicked off that entire 3rd inning, or excuse me, 6th inning.
One out here. Rendon ahead 3-1. And Leclerc gets him to foul this one off. Rendon, the cleanup man this afternoon for the Nats. The guy waiting on deck, Adam Lind, has been the big hero of the game for Washington. Leclerc trying to keep it a 2-run game, a little bloop and a blast scenario for the 9th inning. 3-2, and he loses Rendon. Brings up Lind, mentioned the hero. Now this is back in the 6th inning.
Split finger fastball here from Tony Barnett that was supposed to be down and away and stayed up over the plate. Lynn puts a good swing on it in a big spot. And so far, that has been the difference in this afternoon's game.
Starts him off with a fastball. 1, 2 for 3, as you see. We were talking earlier about these guys, and they've had big games. Lind, Rayburn. They have excellent numbers as pinch hitters in their career. Guys who've been really helpful off the bench, and today they have contributed in a big way as men in the lineup. A lot of times in the National League, when you look at the teams that differentiate themselves from one another, obviously pitching a big part of it, but boy, good strong bench, the right mix of guys on that bench.
You gotta have it. Gotta have it. Just the way that you build a bullpen with different looks, right? You got your lefty specialist, you got your power arm, you got your ground ball guy, whatever it may be, sidearm righty. Same thing with that bench. You want to be able to have some flexibility to be able to mix and match lefties and righties the way that Dusty Baker can, giving certain guys days off in spots depending on what's going on with the opposing pitcher or playing matchups late. All those things are critical. Nobody has to tell Dusty Baker that. He's been there and done that many a time. So just another weapon that he has here. Like we said, this is a very deep Washington Nationals roster. That's why they're off to the start that they're off to so far this season.
Done with a modest lead over at first base. And this one gets away from Chirinos, but nobody moving. They stay put. You mentioned Dusty Baker. Think of the career of Dusty Baker. 19 years as a player. Got over 1,500 hits. He's got over 1,500 wins as a manager. This is his 22nd season as a manager. And the success of taking, let's see, the Giants to the postseason, Cubs, the Reds, and the Nationals, the 4 teams he's managed for. He's taken them all to the postseason. Puts him in some pretty rare company.
And when he was finishing up in Cincinnati, I still believe they could have made a legitimate World Series run if he did not have to deal with the unfortunate injuries of Johnny Cueto. Johnny Cueto had some lat injuries, and we've seen how good he could be, and he just was not available the way that Dusty Baker would have liked to have had them. That would have been a huge difference, I thought, for them a few years back when he was managing that club.
Two is tight. Hey, look at some of the numbers for Dusty Baker. 16th all time among major league managers. Lou Piniella,
Cool.
Joe Torre, and Fred Clark. Only to amass 1,500 hits and wins. Pop up back of second base. Andrews racing out quickly, but Mazzara coming in. And it is Mazzara who makes the play.
Hey, Rangers fans, make sure you download the Fox Sports Go app and take Rangers baseball with you wherever you go. If you can't catch the games on TV, you can stream them live on your mobile device with the Fox Sports Go app, presented by Hyundai. So you mentioned 19 years playing, 21 managerial, at least 40 years of major league service time. Who's got the record? Don Zimmer had it, you think? Most years of service time in the big league uniform.
Wow, yeah.
Probably get a decent pension.
Yeah, that'll work.
40 years. I'm trying to think, was there any as a coach in there? Was he ever a big league coach?
That is a good question. I don't really, if there was, I don't really remember it.
Yeah, neither do I.
Of course, Connie Mack managed for what, 50 years? So he had a pretty good head start.
And that's the difference too. I mean, it's tough to manage a team.
Of course, he owned
more
the
than
team.
6 or 7 years these days. The turnover is so ridiculous. I still I'm not in favor of. We see it like crazy. The turnover of coaches. You saw the Cardinals shuffle some things around with some of their coaches in the middle of the season. I think people want to place blame now more than ever, want answers. It's a tough gig coaching in this game.
Yeah, Connie Mack had the advantage of owning the A's when he was managing, at least for a good part of it.
I'm guessing those contract negotiations always went pretty well. Well, I think I deserve a 10% raise. How does 15% sound?
Done. Don't again off first base. He walked with 1 out, but with 2 away now. The count of ball and 2 strikes on Michael Taylor. And Leclerc gets him swinging. So 2 strikeouts in the inning for Leclerc. We send it to the 9th. Last chance for the Rangers coming up, down by 2. Inning, Rangers down by 2. Now tomorrow, our AT&T matchup, final game of this series. Max Scherzer has the ball for the Nationals. And how about the numbers Shin-Soo Choo's put up against Scherzer in his career? Pretty impressive.
Some people would like to know the secrets that Choo has. And there is that big poster out there, right? You and I were trying to figure out what it was yesterday. FP Santangelo sent us straight. So yeah, it's Max Scherzer with the blue and the brown eye.
It's a creepy little box out there.
It's creepy. It makes sense. He's so funny right now that you know it's Max Scherzer. Yeah, of course it's Max Scherzer. Here you see Cody Glover. 8 for 9 in save opportunity so far. A little bit of a high ERA, 17 strikeouts. This dude's got a big arm. Not a lot of straight. You're going to see sliders at velocities that don't necessarily make sense when you think about sliders. We've seen some of these guys like, oh wow, Steven Strasburg, 90-mile-an-hour slider. Matt Harvey, 90-mile-an-hour slider. This dude, we'll see that slider sometimes in the mid-90s. Here's one right here.
94. But it misses.
That's ridiculous. It took everything I had to throw a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. And this guy is flipping sliders up there. At that speed. Craziness.
It's 1-1. Choo hammers it out to center field. Taylor racing back. He looks up and is gone. Choo with a home run to center field, and he makes it a 1-run game. Number 8 on the year for Shin-Soo Choo, and he's giving the Rangers a shot.
Well, here's a pitch, sat over the middle of the plate, was supposed to be down and away, but you think about at-bats against Glover, and these Rangers hitters haven't seen him before. And not a problem for Choo as he crushes that one to center field. That's impressive. You wonder why Choo can hit Max Scherzer so well, a high velocity righty.
That ball hit sharply out to left field, and that's a base hit for Elvis Andrus. And so now the tying run is on in the 9th inning.
Goodwin caught a break here. This was almost a disaster in left field. Now watch this slider spinning with no break up in the zone, so it acts more like a fastball. And Elvis Andrus gets a great swing on this, but watch here in left field. This is not exactly how you want to play those kinds of balls. I mean, Goodwin acted like it was nothing, like just a one hopper to my left, but if that gets by him, that's an easy double and maybe a triple.
So a home run and a base hit off Glover. And Andrus running on the first pitch. The throw down to second, nowhere near in time. A huge jump on Cody Glover, and Andrus with his 15th steal of the season.
How about the aggressiveness of the Rangers here in the 9th inning and facing a big right-handed arm, and nobody is intimidated. First the Choo homer, then the base hit, and then Elvis Andrus just taking off and getting himself into scoring position. Nice job so far through 2 at-bats here for the Rangers.
So now the tying run in scoring position, nobody out, 9th inning. Beltre, and a single his last time up, and watch his ball too. Glover now 24 years old, and this one fouled over to the right side. Makes it 2-1. Veteran Adrian Beltre, we came to the ballpark today. Most people not expecting him to be playing. He's in the starting lineup. He has a base hit. It seems to be over, or at least certainly functional through that jammed left ankle that he sustained on Tuesday, and called time just before the pitch.
And that was fair. I think in the case of Glover, he wasn't looking, and so he did not see that time get called, but it was taking a while to get to the pitch selection, and then Glover was taking his time coming set, and Adrian had enough.
Now the 2-1. Ball 3. How about that practice swing right there?
It's a little late on that one. You gotta be careful. I saw, I think it was a college game recently where a kid was or minor league game, kid was messing around. The pitch already crossed, and then he kind of took a real late swing, and the umpire called a swing on. Not that late. Be careful once in a while with that stuff.
Glover's 3-1, and it's a full count.
See that late movement away. Adrian Beltre, I'm sure, is thinking fastball when you got a right-handed young pitcher who throws up to 97, 98 miles an hour. But you see him get on the side of this ball, so it's a little bit, I mean, it acts like a cutter. They call it a slider. That ball acts like a cutter at 93.
That's ball 4. So the potential go-ahead run now on base. Glover has not yet retired a hitter.
Now check out the differences here between the starting rotation, which has been very good, third best in Major League Baseball by ERA standards. The bullpen, however, 26th with that 4.78 ERA. Now ERA doesn't always tell the story, but that right there does tell you a story. They have been struggling. They're trying to get this thing figured out. You see a big arm. There's a lot of conversation about Glover prior to spring training, whether or not he could be the guy to close out games for them. We'll see some of the struggles potentially. Some good contact here early on from the Rangers, and then the walk.
Now Pete Kozma has come on to run for Beltre at first.
Now they have the arms. Right? We saw Romero yesterday. blowing 100 miles an hour from the left side. Albers looked pretty good and so far in this outing. Sean Kelly I've always liked. Really great strikeout guy. He's kind of been underrated actually, I think, over the course of his career. Just a little bit of time, but it's also struggled some. His ERA is at an even 6. He's warmed up a couple of times today, so they have some pieces. Blake Treinen's got a good arm. We saw him last night. That ERA is up over 6. Some of these guys just scuffling, trying to get it together, but you could see within they feel like they were okay with what they had when they left camp, but now that the season is starting to play out, they're realizing they're probably going to have to get somebody a little bit more experienced. And you wonder about them maybe revisiting with the Chicago White Sox and made that Adam Eaton trade. David Robertson is an arm that could be a go.
Now Nomar Mazara steps in and fouls off strike 1. Chu opened the inning with a home run off Glover. Andrews had a base hit, stole second. Beltre just walked, but has been lifted for a pinch runner. Cosma now the man over at first. Nobody out, 9th inning. Rangers down by a run. They scored first this afternoon. Got a run in the 4th inning on an RBI ground out by Andrews. But then the Nats played it 3 in the 6th. The game thus far dominated by pitching. And it is now 1-1 to Mazara.
You see Keller right now out in that bullpen, so you wonder about if that means tie game or even if they take the lead. Matt Bush has now pitched 3 out of the last 4 days. We talked about guys that have had a lot of rest. Matt Bush has not been there.
That ball hit well out to right field, carrying toward the wall, and that one is high off the fence. Around third base, Andrews. He'll head to the plate. The throw is late. And we are tied at 3 in the 9th inning. Nomar Mazara with an RBI double to right. Still nobody out in the inning.
And the Rangers have come out swinging here against Coda Glover, and Nomar Mazara continues to stay hot. Now he struck out in his first 3 at-bats of this game. Doesn't matter. He comes up in a big spot, gets a fastball up the handle, hammered this ball. I thought it actually had a chance to get out. You'll see it here, just hitting off the top of the wall. Barely just misses a huge 3-run home run. You see Elvis kind of looking over his shoulder. He coasts. And Tony Beasley decides to play it safe with the pinch runner Pete Cosma, and I think wisely so.
Well, Cosma now 90 feet away with the go-ahead run in his back pocket. Mazara in scoring position at second. Nationals bring the infield in. Robinson Chirinos. We opened the broadcast this afternoon talking about all the big hits he has produced when he's been in the lineup. He's got a spot right here to deliver a huge one this afternoon. Nationals bullpen is churning. First 4 Rangers have reached. Glover's breaking ball way off the plate. It's 1-1.
How about this when you look at what Glover has done this year? We see the big arm with Sean Kelly, Oliver Perez now in the bullpen. He had not allowed a home run all season. That was the first. And he's only had 3 walks this season in 18 2/3. So he obviously not feeling it. A home run first of the year, and just a 4th walk he has allowed. You see the big arm, but he has been inconsistent in location, and the Rangers have really pounced.
The strike call makes it 1-2 on Chirinos. Home run, single, walk, double. 2 runs in. Lovers 1-2. And this one down the right field line, but heads up into the seats.
Well, right now all Robinson Chirinos is thinking about is finding a way to put the ball in play. He's got the infield drawn in. Doesn't necessarily have to hit it hard, just trying to get it maybe somewhere in the outfield. Contact is key.
This one out toward right field. Harper backpedaling, putting himself in position. Tagging third, Cosma. Here he comes. The throw on the way. The tag. Not in time. Cosma gets it around it, and the Rangers have taken the lead.
Wow. That was a great throw by Bryce Harper. I didn't think he had any chance of getting Pete Cosma. Watch him get around. He even fields the ball and catches it a little bit too far on the glove side, but delivers a perfect one-hopper to Lobaton, and watch Pete Cosma come in. And as he starts to go around, you see the foot, and it looked like that toe got in there first. See another look right here.
I don't like that angle.
Maybe not as much. Gotta believe. And yes, indeed, the Washington Nationals are going to ask for a replay.
This one under review.
See, watch right here. The foot did not reach, and it's a matter of where now. Where's the tag? The tag is. Oh, I tell you what,
he might have.
By the time he got him in the back, it did appear that the right foot might have hit, or I guess that's left foot at that point. Watch it here. So this left foot doesn't touch,
but then it drags across, and I think it drags across before the tag is put on his back. But here's the thing, it's so close.
Yep, that's right here. There, no touch. Did he touch? I don't think so. Did he touch there?
I don't know that you can tell definitively that he did not score. Let's put it that way.
And that's what matters, as that dirt kicks up a little bit and trying to get the corner of home play. This one, I'm guessing, will take a little while. They're going to look at this at all angles. Obviously, a huge run, which currently is on the board here. They're showing it on the center field scoreboard here, and these fans think they know, but they're not that objective. And so that's part of it. I say no. And I think it's tough. I'm not 100% confident, but I'm going to say it does not get turned over.
Yeah, my stand on this is I'm not sure whether or not the tag got on him before he scored or not. But what I do feel confident in is that there's just not enough there to overturn the call on the field. So I'm with you. I don't think this one gets overturned. It was a great throw by Harper.
Great throw. Did a good job getting around the baseball. Pretty big reaction from him after the call.
Whoa! And they overturned it. Not only is that out at the plate, but it's a double play now with Mazzara at third. Wow, is that a huge review. The game remains tied, and Dusty Baker out to take the baseball away from Coda Glover. So the Nationals into the bullpen in a tie game in the ninth. One more look. This game tied on an overturned call at the plate. TJ, the more I think about it, I'm a little surprised that this got overturned.
It was, and we'll see it here in real time. From behind home plate, Robinson Chirinos lifts a fly ball. Bryce Harper gets around it, does exactly what you're supposed to do, and just makes a great throw. One hop, perfect to Lobatone. Pete Cosma's foot does not hit home plate here. He flat out missed. I don't say flat out misses, but fell a little bit short of home plate. Then the tag was applied, according to the people in New York, after, or I should say before, he ended up finally touching home plate.
Oliver Perez on here in relief. Gio Gonzalez started the game, went 6. Albers 2 dazzling innings in relief. Coda Glover, that was a tough go. And now we go from the rookie to very much the veteran. Oh, in there, 1-1.
And Alvaro Perez has been very good against lefties this year. 185 batting average against, 11 strikeouts to just 2 walks. And this is a guy who's going to mix up his looks, his timing. He does not have to worry about holding a runner right now. So he's got a little bit of that Johnny Cueto thing going, where sometimes he'll leave that leg kick up a little bit longer and try to mess with guys, change the arm angle as well. Very, very tough at bat for left-handed hitters.
1-2 on Odor. The go-ahead run is at third base. Just an enormous replay review a moment ago. It looked as if the Rangers had taken the lead with only 1 out. Now it's back to a tie game, 2 out. Odor couldn't hold on. Big strikeout by Perez ends the inning, and we are tied going to the bottom of the 9th inning. Rangers, though, mounted a comeback. Shin-Soo Choo went yard to center field. And then Nomar Mazara answered with a big double. This game square at 3. Ninth inning, and this game tied at 3. So here we go, bottom of the 9th. Rangers hoping for extras this afternoon. Jose Leclerc very good in the 8th inning, on for a little bit more here in the 9th. Stephen Drew will pinch hit. Pitcher's spot was due to start this 9th inning, and so Drew will step in here. Saw Drew yesterday in the 9th inning. He swings at the first pitch, lines this one out to right field, and that one hits the base of the fence. We'll go to second and stop there with a leadoff double.
Well, Stephen Drew, so common of pinch hitters, comes in hacking first pitch, gets a fastball to deal with, and does a nice job staying back and driving this ball to right center field. And this is exactly what the Rangers did not want. Runner in scoring position, nobody out in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Oh, yeah, now Jeff Bannister out having a word with Kerwin Danley. I'm not sure what he is displeased with, but they look like they're pointing out to the bullpen.
Not exactly sure what that is either.
They've been gesturing out toward left field that entire conversation.
I don't know if there's a bullpen phone issue. Did you see Doug Brocail, who's on the phone? Talking through it, and while they're at it, see if they can get the internet fixed as well up here in the TV booth. No phones, no TV. As Alex thought he was out there, maybe that was part of the deal, and say, hey, we want to make a change, but we don't know if our guy's ready because the phone's not working.
Well, and in doing so, you give him plenty of extra time to get ready.
You said it, I didn't.
So Jeff Bannister now out to the mound and indeed signals to the pen. So we will have a new pitcher in the 9th inning. Tie game. Stay with us.
In Washington, all tied at 3. There was some confusion, but now things are settled, and Alex Claudio is in the game. Let's take a look at his pitch arsenal and what he has done and used this year. That two-seam fastball, the sinker, at 59% of the time, sitting right around 86, 87 miles an hour with a changeup to go to as well versus lefties and righties. But how about last night? Alex was very good in a clean 8th inning where he comes in and he strikes out Ryan Rayburn, strikes out Bryce Harper on a changeup, and then gets Ryan Zimmerman to ground out. So he goes through that middle of the order. 2, 3, 4 last night in the 8th inning. Was fantastic in that spot. More things got a little hairy in the 9th, and Matt Bush settled it when it was all said and done, and ultimately leading to that Ranger 5-2 win. And now Alex Claudio will be called on again to pitch here in a big situation. As you see the pinch runner Defoe now representing the winning run on second base with nobody out. Matt Wieters in to pinch hit.
So Dusty Baker's all but emptied his bench. Matt Wieters officially announced. And Alex Claudio ready to go. only man left on the bench right now, Ryan Zimmerman. Defoe out there at second base. Pitch to Wieters is in there, strike one. Ninth inning, all tied up. Nobody out.
It's a really good changeup, 71 miles an hour, and well located down and away. And there's not too many times where you have a sidearm lefty that you're comfortable facing right-handed hitters, especially in big situations. But with that changeup, we say it a lot this year, that is the great equalizer for Alex. And any sidearmer's got to have it, along with the good movement on the two-seam fastball, to be able to have a chance against those opposite side hitters.
Check the run of the two-strike pitch. Didn't chase that one. Oh, what a ball game this afternoon. 3 runs, 7 hits, no errors for the Rangers. 3 runs, 10 hits, and no errors for the Nationals.
And real quick too, this is why you don't play the game on paper. Right? You look at the splits. Versus righties, Matt Wieters 255 this year. Versus lefties 360. But Jeff Bannister still likes this matchup this way back.
Little tapper, first base side. Profile has it. He'll go to the bag and take care of Wieters for out number 1. Now in doing so, Defoe advanced to third. I mean, we're diving in there. But that's a big base, because with 1 out now, it would just take a fly ball to the outfield to get him home and win the game.
Doug Brocail is now going to head out to the mound and talk to Robinson Chirinos, who's going to talk to Alex Claudio, and they're going to talk about this situation here with Goodwin. And you have to make your decision and say, okay, well, walk guys? No, you do not. I don't think you win this spot, because you're going to flip the order anyway, right? So let's just say you walk Goodwin, then you got Trey Turner. This is not that situation for me where you're loading the bases to set up the force out at home. You do see that a lot in these situations, but I'm not doing it here. I'm going at Goodwin. You got to take your chances. Trey Turner would be on deck, and you can get through him. But it's Bryce Harper that is sitting there if you were to load the bases. So that is not the play in this situation for me. I don't think that now conversation was, well, how these go. Well, what happens when we fall behind? You give in and automatically go at him with everything you have, and the answer was still yes for me. Now Alex, who has been so good this year, does induce a lot of weak contact, so that's why, I mean, you got to play the infield in anyway. These guys really have to be moving with the runner Defoe out there.
Profar way in at first base. Whereas Cosma at third, about even with the bag toward the line.
Tell you what, man, I'm not a huge fan of it often. 5-man infield here would not be a terrible idea. Just knowing that if Alex locates his pitches, there's a good chance he's getting a ground ball.
And of course, given the scenario, 1 out and a man at third, and Mazzara way in left field, because the ball to deep left, even if he's there to catch it, doesn't really matter. Runner would score. Come in shallow in hopes of keeping that runner at third base. Swinging 2-0. Well, we've seen Rangers pitching work around some pretty sticky spots today. Big double play in the 4th inning. Got Martin Perez out of a jam. He came back the very next inning, loaded the bases with nobody out, and got out without giving up a run. 1 out, man at third here, 9th inning. And that just missed. 3-1.
I was seeing with Alex a couple of times that Robinson Chirinos had wanted to go in against Goodwin, that these pitches actually finished away. So he's pulling off here, just a little bit against the lefty. Watch where Robinson is set up and watch where this ball finishes. Kind of dies there. So he's going to go at him, and he feels like in is the best place to do it. He's got to talk himself into staying on the target a little bit longer.
Big 3-1.
There it is. That's what they wanted to do. You can tell that's the game plan. Those fastballs in. And the changeup you don't have to be as perfect with. That's a really nice adjustment by Alex after yanking a couple of these. Drilling the glove, and I got to believe they're going to go back there again if he locates. And you know what the thing too is, go ahead and be aggressive in. If you hit him, who cares? Right? But what you don't want to do is make a mistake out over the plate.
The 3-2. Lash it foul. Rangers scored 2 in the top of the 9th to tie it. Now doing everything they can to get it to the 10th. Defoe, the pinch runner at third, 1 out. The payoff. And we'll see another one.
Alex has really bounced back well in this at bat. The location has been really good now. 3 pitches in a row. Goodwin is doing a nice job of battling him as well. So some good back and forth. This is a good at bat, big spot. I still look at Alex as the guy who's in the driver's seat. Go after your pitch. Go after it aggressively. If you miss, so be it. You're gonna miss consent.
Goodwin continuing to do good battle here. Profar in, tied at first. Odor shaded toward first. 9th pitch of the at bat. Swinging. Wow, that's a big out.
Huge out right here for Alex. Comes through with the big changeup after falling behind in the count. Gets himself back to a 3-2 count. And after throwing some fastballs in that same spot, comes with a great changeup. It is so fun to watch. You don't see changeups thrown. I talk about the lefties, and if you go lefty-lefty on the changeup, more often than not that pitch is away. You don't really throw a lefty on lefty changeup intentionally. Now Alex does. That's what he does with that great changeup. It's really, really fun to watch. We saw the Harper strikeout last night. We saw the Harper strikeout today by Martin Perez. Lefty on lefty changeup. Duda, when Claudio did that to Duda in the Mets series. He's not done yet. Still some work to do.
Well, he's got Trey Turner, leadoff hitter, 0 for 4 today.
Oh.
Ball 1.
Man, I mentioned it earlier. Kerwin Danley had, I thought, a very fair, a little bit aggressive strike zone where he was calling the edges. That pitch, no doubt in my mind, has been called a strike earlier today.
Now it's 1-1. Turner has twice grounded out to second base. He's also lined out to first, flied out to left field. We're 2 away. The infield relaxes. No pressure now. If Defoe's going to get to the plate, it's going to have to happen on a base hit. And a bunt out for the play. And they got Defoe hung up. Cosmo will take him out.
Oh my. Well, takes a bad base running to get out of an inning. That was a great bunt by Trey Turner, and Defoe was completely thrown off. Poor secondary lead. He saw this. He realized he would have been out on home plate, but it was too late. And we're going to go to extra innings.
Go to the 10th inning. How about the end to that bottom of the 9th with Defoe at third? It looked like a very good bunt.
Yeah, it was a good bunt. And here's the deal. Listen, yes, he is the winning run, but the hesitation will get you every single time. You don't have to go in that spot. If you're not feeling it, then let the pitcher field the ball. Let's see what happens. You see the frustration there from Dusty Baker. Trey Turner flies. And so what Alex Claudia would have to figure out in that situation is whether or not he wants to be aggressive with his throw at first. If that play is borderline, you put it in your pocket, but then you go after Bryce Harper. I think that's why Trey Turner decided to lay that bunt down. It wasn't a squeeze. It wasn't a safety squeeze. He's bunting for a hit and trying to get Bryce Harper to the plate with a chance to win it.
So now to the 10th inning, and Andy Romero. We saw him last night. Hard throwing left-hander is on here in the 10th.
I saw triple digits from him pretty consistently, touching 100 miles an hour. And so because the benches are starting to get a little bit thin, some pinch hitters that have already been used, Jared Hoying is going to have to stay in there and face this tough lefty.
Matt Wieters, the new catcher. And Hoying puts this one back of third on to shallow left field, and it's going to be handled by the shortstop Turner. Good job of making it known that he wanted it. That is out number one.
Well, this is a play that you would expect your left fielder to make, but Trey Turner takes command of the situation. It's not too often where you see the right fielder, excuse me, left fielder just kind of standing there and getting out of the way of the shortstop. That is a much easier play for the outfielder than it is the shortstop.
So with one out, here's Profar, and he takes strike one. Profar pinch hit in the 8th, popped up. It's 1-1. Profar called up yesterday, or activated yesterday. Mario Alvarez was optioned out. He's in a hole here, 1 and 2.
So you only have Joey Gallo and Jonathan Lucroy left on the bench for the Rangers. If you're thinking about pinch hitting situations, you got to pick your spots. Of course, you'd like to get your catcher a full off day when it is his off day, especially the day game tomorrow, as you see Jonathan Lucroy now on deck. And I think the same thing for Dusty Baker, kind of hoping that game would have ended in the bottom of the 9th when they brought Matt Wieters out, but potentially end up going through your catchers. We've talked about this before, at least on the Rangers side. Wouldn't love having both of your catchers used, but Pete Kozma is that emergency third catcher.
Profar takes strike 3. Big strikeout by Romero, 2 away in the 10th inning.
Now, he didn't like this call at all. You see it by the immediate reaction. But how about Jonathan Lucroy getting an opportunity here to pinch hit, and what he did last night? Great behind the plate, but really great with the bat. Tanner Roark left a little slider up and in, and Jonathan Lucroy turned on it and crushed it to left field in a big spot. It was a good night for Jonathan Lucroy overall. 3 hits on the night. He was 3 for 4. Also was hit by a pitch and had 3 RBIs. So he will now come in and pinch hit against a very tough lefty in Romero.
And that means that both teams have 1 man remaining on their bench. For the Rangers, Joey Gallo. For the Nationals, Ryan Zimmerman. 2 out, nobody on, and the pitch on the way. Strike 1. (3-3) our score. Rangers with 2 runs in the 9th. It's 0-2 on Lucroy.
If it wasn't for that big defensive play by Bryce Harper, the Rangers would be looking at back-to-back wins here in Washington. They had a really strong 9th inning, but still had 2nd and 3rd and nobody out. fly ball that was hit to right field off the bat of Robinson Chirinos. Bryce Harper made a nice throw at home. Pete Kozma was thrown out. That slide actually looked like it got stuck in the dirt, ended up falling a little bit short of home plate.
Little bouncer, third base. Charging Rendon, and it's in time. Lucroy retired. Rangers turn back. 3 up, 3 down. We go to the bottom of the 10th. Rangers going to have to deal with Bryce Harper, Daniel Murphy, and then Rendon. And at the top of the 9th inning, well, the Rangers were down by 2. That home run by Chu started things. And then Nomar Mazara, big double.
Oh, a little higher.
Yeah. Tied it up. It was the play of Bryce Harper, though, in right field. Saved this game.
Perfect throw, and you watch Pete Kozma come in left foot, does not get the corner of the home plate, originally called safe, but after review he is called out. And that ended the threat, at least ended the threat at the moment, and then ultimately Ruben Odor struck out. The inning was over, and that has put us into extra innings, and that means we get a little bit deeper into the bullpen, and Keone Kela now comes on. He pitched last night, didn't throw that much, hadn't pitched in a while, but pitched last night, just a third of an inning and 10 pitches. Had 5 days off before that. You see the arsenal there. Good fastball, great curveball, and he let up 2 hits on that curveball yesterday. He had only let up 2 all year. Now they weren't hit very hard. There's a bloop hit in there. There was a ground ball base hit, so just some bad luck on the breaking ball last night from Kela. Matt Bush came in behind him and finished things up, so Kela now is going to be called on. He has pitched multiple innings before. That opportunity could be there today.
1-0. And Harper lifts it near third base. Kozma shading his eyes. 1 away. Now, looking at the bullpen, there are 2 men listed on our lineup card. There are others who are available. Austin Bivens-Dirks, one of the guys listed. Well, before the ball game today, Jeff Bannister said, all things being equal, tomorrow's starter will be Austin Bivens-Dirks. Trying to stay away from him. Dylan G, a lot more likely to appear in this game than Austin. Well, we will wait to see. Bush, as you pointed out a moment ago, still available.
He's got a strong yellow, not quite a red, as when Jeff Bannister kind of talks about who's green, who's yellow, who's red. He did pitch 3 out of 4 days, so I got to believe they'll try to stay away from Matt Bush at all costs. You mentioned Nick Martinez also is down there.
Yeah,
he's out there as a possibility as well. So there's no shortage of arms, and arms that can go long. I know you talk about Dylan G, Austin Bivens-Dirks, Nick Martinez. Nobody wants to play 20 innings today, but I got to believe that the Rangers are probably better suited for it.
They're positioned well. You're right. 1 out here. Bottom of the 10th. The 2-0 to Daniel Murphy, and he lines it to short. Andrews takes care of it. 2 away. Yeah, that's how high I was. Was that how high I jumped?
Did you see me get up? Now here comes the reality of how high Elvis Andrews jumped, and you see the legs go up a little bit higher at the end than they actually had to.
A little flourish.
For Keone Kela, he's just happy to have the out, and 2 quick ones here, and he's done a nice job through 5 pitches.
So now Anthony Rendon. Big curveball in there for a strike. Rendon 0 for 2, had the sac fly in the 6th inning. That accounted for the first Nationals run. They would get 2 more with the next batter, Adam Lind, who hit a home run. He's in a hole 0-2.
That's a good call by Kerwin Danley, the home plate umpire. Those breaking balls that finish at the top of the zone, you don't necessarily throw them there intentionally, and they're not always easy to get called, but that was absolutely a strike. I'll throw that pitch again, or the fastball. You can elevate the fastball in the same spot, but for this time we go back to the breaking ball. I'm going to make sure you get it down right where Robinson's glove is.
Stays 0-2. Well, should we get to the 11th inning? It'll be Chu, Andrews, and Cosmadu. Joey Gallo available on the bench. Tie game.
And you hear the grunt there from Kela. A little bit of an overthrow on the breaking ball. He is a max effort guy, but he knows sometimes you got to be a little bit careful. You don't hear the grunts very often on the breaking balls, even for guys that do it once in a while. The only concern there is that the front side flies too fast, opens up too quickly, and then the breaking ball hangs. I think you saw that on that one. So just slight pause, a little bit longer over the pitching rubber. Look at that breaking ball where you want it right there.
Oh, that's a vicious bite, just missed, and it's 2-2.
That's the adjustment, and he made it right there between pitches, which is fantastic. You love seeing that. The first one hung, but how about this one? Sitting on the outside corner the entire way, and man, I feel like we've seen that call earlier.
Yeah, that was a really quality pitch. Two. And there's that curve. Called strike 3. And that time Rendon watched too good a pitch. A 1-2-3, bottom of the 10th inning. And we move on to the 11th.
Great breaking ball. Free strikeout for Kela.
Top of the 11th inning. Still tied at 3. And the 2, 3, and 4 hitters coming in this 11th for the Rangers. Rangers were tied. 9th inning, down by 2. Shin-Soo Choo leading it off. Yep.
He came up big there against Glover. We knew he had the big arm, but he leaves a pitch over the plate, not a problem for Choo, and that was the start of a really nice ninth inning for the Rangers.
Well, it's Choo again here in the 11th, and he takes strike one from Manny Romero.
Of course, we broke out the big numbers yesterday in talking about Choo versus left-handed relievers. He drew his 7th walk, which leads all hitters in walks versus left-handed relievers. But Kyle Schwarber also walked yesterday against a left-handed reliever. So these guys are battling it out. I gotta believe Choo is very concerned about that lead right now that he has.
Sure, that's top of mind.
Walks versus left-handed relievers. But why does it matter? It means, of course, that Shin-Soo Choo always takes great at bats, but even against those lefties that come in, right? That's the key. I mean, lefties that are coming in late to face left-handed hitters who's seeing the ball the best, who's staying within the zone the best, and Choo continues to be one of the best.
And that walk last night was at the hands of Romero in the 7th inning, and this one misses. It's 2-2. So we saw a lot of Romero last night. And that was work that counted 2 balls and 2 strikes here in the 11th inning. One on the 4th, 2 in the 9th for the Rangers. This one smacked down that left field line, but foul. All 3 Nationals runs came in the 6th inning. Since that 6th inning, incidentally, Nationals have had 1 hit and 1 walk. Romero will have to continue to work on Choo.
The Rangers have to be happy with how they've played so far in this series. Obviously, the win last night, a score of 5-2. Really good Washington Nationals lineup. So it's been 2 runs and now 3 so far through 10 innings here. It's something they got to be proud of. This is a tough lineup here in Washington. I think that's a little bit more difficult tomorrow. Max Scherzer versus
TBA. Austin Bivens-Dirks, we think, you know, ideally.
There's Scherzer.
He's everywhere. Eighth pitch of the at-bat. Look out. It's a full count.
You know what's on the table now. Oh, full count. Chance for a walk.
Take the big lead.
Take the lead.
And that one out to left field. Good one. Going back onto the warning track, and he'll make the catch. Choo almost the other way. 1 away in the 11th.
Well, this is what makes Choo such a tough out against left-handed pitching. It's a fastball that's up. You see the head down. See him drive this ball. Came up a little bit short when it was all said and done, but that's quality at bat, working Romero deep in the count, giving this ball a ride to deep left field.
Well, Manny Romero is done. Nationals out into the bullpen in the 11th. tied at 3, 1 out here. And Dusty Baker looking at what's left in his bullpen. 2 right-handers. Jacob Turner and Blake Trinan. That is it. Because Sean Kelly has been summoned here in the 11th. 19th appearance for Kelly. The numbers don't dazzle, but he does strike out a lot.
He was one of the many that they thought could potentially hold down that closer role coming out of spring training. They expected him to be the guy, but it's been a slow start, and so Dusty Baker has had other plans. But you're right, good swing and miss stuff, has always had it. Done a really nice job of generating those strikeouts over the course of his career, but doesn't have the greatest of years, struggling a little bit.
Spent a little time on the disabled list this year already. Reinstated on May 12th.
And here's what just jumps off the page when you look at what's going on with Sean Kelly. 15 innings pitched, 15 hits. Okay, that's fine. Runs are a little bit high. Strikeouts are good at 18. 7 home runs in 15 innings. That's incredible for a reliever.
Sounds pretty good to me. That one is high.
Why stop at 7, right?
Don't see any sense in it.
That's usually a full year for a lot of relievers.
Ooh, Andrews chased one. Strikes out for the second out of the inning.
See a 4-seam fastball here elevated, and you're absolutely right. We've seen this once in a while. Elvis is having a great year, but every once in a while he has been a little bit susceptible with 2 strikes to that fastball up. Sean Kelly set the bait. Excuse me, and Elvis took it.
All right, so Joey Gallo hitting here. And maybe the Nationals will make a move, or are they just going to go over the scouting report here? Yeah, it's going to be a scouting report visit. So you got a guy who's given up 7 home runs, and the Rangers counter with their best home run hitter. Spot that, at least on paper, starts looking pretty good here.
Absolutely. Now, I mentioned Kelly only let up 9 all of last season, but it has been 7 so far this year. He's got the good fastball. Not to say that he can't use it against Joey Gallo. I'm sure that's part of what Mike Maddox is talking to his pitcher about. Matt Weir's just kind of making sure they're covering the scouting report. But it's where you're located, right? And I think for Joey Gallo, that means usually up and in, trying to get above his hands is a safer place to go. You leave it out over the plate, or even middle and in, he's got a chance to get to it.
There goes ball 1 to the big left-handed slugger. Gallo 17 homers, second in baseball. Hits this ball hard out to right field. Harper on the run. He can't get to it, and it bangs off the fence. Gallo with a 2-out double in the 11th inning. Rangers have the go-ahead run in scoring position.
That is shocking, the way that they went after Joey Gallo. First pitch fastball missed up over the plate, and then they threw a fastball away intentionally. And I was just talking about how you don't want to let Joey Gallo get his arms extended, and he gets under this a little bit more, and the Rangers would have the lead here in the 11th inning. But the plan was to go fastballs away, and Philly says thank you very much.
So Gallo hit it hard, but they kept it in the ballpark. And now Kelly, after dealing with one difficult left-handed hitter, will intentionally walk Nomar Mazar. He heads down to first base. Two men on. Here's Robinson Chirinos. Chirinos, when he came up in the 9th inning, we said he's had so many of these big hits, clutch moments for the Rangers in limited at bats. It was in a great spot in the 9th inning, and it looked like he had a sac fly to give his team the lead. After an official review, it was taken off the scoreboard, and he takes strike 1 here in the 11th inning.
I thought he hit that ball far enough. You got to credit Bryce Harper for doing a nice job. You know, it was impressive too. about that throw is that as he got around it, the ball didn't sail at all, right? You see a lot of outfielders, especially if they're moving to one side or the other, where the ball will start to tail on their throws, where you do a good job of getting on top of it. And when you're on top of those throws, you get a better chance of that ball going straight. A lot of outfielders will drop that arm a little bit, and that's when the ball really starts to sail on you. He did not do that.
Chirinos in a hole here, 0-2. Well, recently, Chirinos delivered one of those big hits. 8th inning Wednesday, the 2-run homer against the Mets to tie it. It was the 3rd time in his career he hit a home run in the 8th inning or later to tie a game or give his team the lead. Holds off, and it's 1-2.
See Chirinos here doing everything he can to hold up his swing, and he does. And after you see those hard fastballs and the breaking ball away, always can be a little bit of a challenge.
He's got the go-ahead run at second. Zara at first, infield back deep. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pitch on the way. Chirinos hits this one high in the air. Deep left field. Goodwin is back at the wall. Gone! It's a home run! He's done it again! A 3-run bomb by Robinson Chirinos in the 11th inning. And the Rangers lead by 3.
Absolutely incredible to see what Robinson Chirinos continues to do with limited playing time and the way that he has been swinging the bat. Home run number 7, RBI number 20 in just 24 games played. And here he goes, 4-seam fastball elevated. Sean Kelly, we know, we talked about it, the home run has been an issue. Goodwin got up, but not up enough, as that ball looked like it hit the very top of that wall, and he jumped a little bit early. I'm not sure if he could have got that one anyway. And Sean Kelly wondering what's going on. His 8th home run allowed, just 1 away from his career high in any single season.
Unbelievable. Robinson Chirinos. Huge 3-run homer. And now Rougned Odor.
And he got down 0-2, did a good job of laying off a couple off-speed pitches, and they got the fastball that he could handle. And that's the value, the quality at bat. Working, you're down 0-2 against a good strikeout pitcher, you're not loving your chances necessarily, but he doesn't swing at either one of those sliders. And now Sean Kelly with a couple of runners on and the 2-2 count says, I got to go right at this guy with my best fastball, and he does. And Robinson Chirinos cashed that check.
You know, Leslie referenced this earlier today. Chirinos is such a big part of this team, even though he is not an everyday catcher. He's the backup to Lucroy. Jeff Bannister said there's Adrian Beltre in terms of leadership. He says the next guy for us is Robinson Chirinos. And he's the guy, they feed off his energy, his personality. We saw him in the pregame get ready for the game. And he is a high energy guy, but those guys that in that clubhouse and that dugout, only one guy who's respected on the same level, and that would be Adrian Beltre. Odor strikes out. That ends the 7th inning, but Robinson Chirinos once again with a late inning heroics. The 3-run home run gives the Rangers the chance to win it as we go to the last of the 11th.
Welcome back to Nationals Park, where the Rangers lead the Nats 6-3 here in the bottom of the 11th, thanks to a 3-run home run by none other than Robinson Chirinos. I talked to Joey Gallo about him earlier, and he said, you know, he's underrated. He doesn't get to play all the time, but he's up here every day. He said it is amazing that a catcher has that kind of power. It's so tough to split time, but somehow, guys, he is competitive every time he's in the lineup.
He has been amazing, and not much so than today. Big 3-run homer, and now bottom of the 11th. Adam Lind leading it off, and Kella out there for some more work. Jumps ahead 0-2. Jurickson Profar flips to the other side of the infield. He's now at third. Joey Gallo stays in the game at first. That big 2-out double by Gallo to keep that inning going and ultimately get Chirinos to the plate. It's a high 1-2.
That's what I said, man. You sit there, and obviously it's been a great game. There's been a lot of back and forth, but you go to game plans, and it's a very curious one that they had with Joey Gallo for me, when you got a good fastball pitcher, Sean Kelly, but a great fastball hitter in Joey Gallo, when they went away and missed, and they went back away for a strike, and Joey made him pay, and that's not surprising. He's going to get to a fastball up like that. If you're going to let him extend his arm, there's a good chance he's going to square that baseball up, and he did. And it's not automatic every time, and he deserves a ton of credit for getting it done in that big spot.
2 balls, 2 strikes on Lind. And a swing and a miss, strike 3. So a strikeout starts the bottom of the 11th inning.
Well, this is Keller right here, and you see the fingers on top of that breaking ball, and a really good finish, and Adam Lind way out in front. He's had a good day in his 5 at-bats. First strikeout for him.
Keller has come on. He came on in the 10th inning. He's retired 4 hitters, 2 on strikes, and there's that big curve. Taylor on a 2-for-4 day struck out his last 2 times up. And a curveball, and that's strike 2. Keller sharp, working quickly. A ball and 2 strikes. Interesting. Nationals have Joe Ross. Started Thursday's game. He's in the on-deck circles. If he would hit next, Ryan Zimmerman ostensibly available on that bench, although it was a big question as to why he wasn't in the lineup today.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's nursing something, if they decided that, you know, he was getting a true off day today. We'll see if he's going to be in there tomorrow. And you know, there are managers that when they give a guy an off day, they want it to be a full day, but he didn't play 2 days ago, so I haven't seen anything. And I got to believe, though, there's maybe something that's been bugging him a little bit that he may be nursing. And so Dusty Baker has decided before this day even started that Ryan Zimmerman was not going to be available in any situation.
There's a swing and a miss. Strike 3. Taylor strikes out. And there are 2 gone in the 11th.
Third strikeout of the day for Keller. Third strikeout of the day for Michael Taylor. And it's a breaking ball that he just cannot resist, can't hold up. You'll easily see the bat head come all the way around. Right from the beginning of that at-bat, you could tell that Michael Taylor was having an issue with the breaking ball. This is interesting. Yes, Ross pinch hitting, but then also a meeting right now. Looking at Yoni Kella, who was locked in, just struck out 3 hitters in a row. It's been 5 up and 5 down, and now that he's facing a pitcher, Doug Brocail had something that he wanted to tell him. Facing a pitcher, 2 outs up by 3 in the bottom of the 11th.
Safe to say that they didn't go over Ross in the meeting today. Ross last year hit .244, and he is a career .191 hitter. So for a pitcher, not bad. See what he's done this year in 10 games.
For a pitcher, huh?
Well, that's
pretend not to be
my
offended by
qualifier.
that.
Well, you could be defended only one. Curveball, and it's 1-1.
Well, for a pitcher.
Yeah. Low expectations. Kella's 1-1. Yeah, there's a nice breaking ball for strike 2. Maybe it was Zimmerman, by the way. Maybe there were a couple of men on, and it's a bigger spot. You save him for that kind of thing. We don't know, but interesting nonetheless. Ross and the 1-2. It's outside and high. So Kella a strike away from putting this one in the win column for the Rangers. They won yesterday 6-2, leading 6-3 this afternoon. What a start to this road trip. Robinson Chirinos with a big 3-run homer in the top of the 11th. Here it comes. Got him swinging, and this one is over. Kella punches out 4 straight to put an exclamation point on this one. The Rangers 6-3-11.
That was everything he had on a 4-seam fastball with good downward angle. And Ross there looks like a pitcher on that swing, but great job by Kella. 6 up, 6 down with the 4 punch outs, and delivers big in a big spot in extra inning for the Rangers.
Rangers once again playing well in interleague play. 6-3, our final score in 11 innings. John Radigan, Mark McLemore, and Tom Grieve will be with you shortly. A lot of player reaction and analysis from this one. We'll be back here from the booth as well. For CJ Nikowski, Leslie McCaslin, and our entire